Well, hello everyone. This is Rhonda's lovely sparks. This is the late night up so late after movie couch potato reaction. We already saw the movie tonight, and I'm going to post the movie we watched if you want to watch along again. Um, we are talking about this movie. So I'm going to post the link here, the movie link, and I'm going to talk about it while I'm doing my hair. We watched tonight The Night That America Trembled, and we're going to talk about the indestructible man while I'm braiding my hair, while I'm doing my hair, because I love movies. Welcome to new subscribers. Thank you all so much for being here. Hey, Lola. Lola, hot sauce. How are y'all doing tonight? I'm Rhonda, and I'm in Texas. And I'm from Texas, actually. I had such a ball. We had the most views out of this whole year playing movies, the most people engaged in live views and watching this movie tonight. And this movie, it's a double feature that I have already played, and I'm going to replay it again on this right here. And plus, I want to talk about it while I'm braiding my hair. And we could always chat with what you all want to chat about too, any trending chat. Okay, so this is like you're just at home. I wanted to again play this movie in the background, and I want to talk about it too. And happy birthday shout out to Mocha's sister. Her birthday is August 31st, which is still today. The time is 11:17 p.m. Central Standard Time here in America. And shout out to everybody around the world. Shout out to you. Um, I am looking up here for the movie so I can have it cross referencing and different areas, which I want to play on my TV screen that's mounted on the wall over there. And also, if you all have missed it, tune in this morning. What we played at 1 o'clock today, actually, it was cartoons. I played nostalgia and cartoons with vintage commercial. Alternate that every Saturday. And so what we aired this morning was cartoons, 1990s cartoons, which included Hammerman, MC Hammer cartoon. It included Reading Rainbow. It included Sea Bear and Jamal, which Sea Bear, the voice is Tone Lock. Y'all remember the 1990s? Well, this is has all this great stuff about the 1990s. Check this out. It has Gary, the Gary Coleman show, and there is also. Don't forget when y'all check out the movies, check out the description because most of the time I try to all the time have a description of what I'm playing, whether if it's a lineup of the cartoons, so you know what the lineup is, and the commercial. Um, I had like I always put Neosporin on my skin when I have little things happen to my skin because I don't believe in doing anything else, but just doing alcohol on my skin to clean it, and then Neosporin. And Neosporin is one of my favorite go-tos because it has sulfur in it. Sulfur is like the secret ingredient if there's any speed healing uh, for any, acne issues, or what it does, it just replenishes the skin and whatever. toxins or whatever sun or dry air or sun damage or just anything that happens, to your face, because our face is the first thing that's always, forefront in everywhere you go. So Neosporin, I put on my skin every night after I cleanse it with alcohol, uh, and with alcohol cotton balls. And then I do a Neosporin, which has these great ingredients, which the main ingredient is benazine, uh, or bentadine. I don't know how you all pronounce it. And also the secret ingredient is sulfur. So, and I get it in an ointment. And I use it about every other night. And the other nights I use frankincense and tea tree oil. So sometimes there could be like a blemish or something, and I use alcohol to clean that. And then I use a little Neosporin, and what that does is speed healing. It doesn't clog your pores, because what happens when you use alcohol cleans the pores. And Neosporin, after you use alcohol, Neosporin is medicinal. So it has these ingredients like for speed healing, and also it helps with less scarring. So sometimes when you have blemishes or whatever, it just heals, and it has these ingredients that helps with less scarring. Sometimes when you heal or something, there's a scar. So it is one of these magical things, magical products that I have used since my kids were little. A lot of people spend money on all these other creams and all this fancy stuff for eczema, and all these other things. And I've always used Neosporin. But I clean my pores. If you notice, my skin's not damaged. I clean my pores with alcohol, which is over there. Okay, and I use this also, just alcohol and cotton balls, and I clean my pores. And then I put Neosporin on there, and I do that probably if I have some scarring like this. I'll put that all over my face. But I'll probably it you can use it as often as you want, but I'll use it every other night, because then I'll use an oil called Murala, Murala, and it helps with tightening skin. It's a really great oil, and it tightens skin. And so I use that as a type of oil before I use the tea tree oil and the frankincense. So that's my what do they call that? Carrier oil. Hello, Daydream 1990s. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to my family, my beautiful friends. And a lot of people see what happened. You cleanse your pores, because people might use makeup, right? So when you cleanse your pores, um, when you cleanse your pores, then when you use the Neosporin, it gets rid of whatever infection is going on in your skin, or scarring, or blemishes, or acne. But most people, like if you wear makeup, I did my I don't wear makeup, but when I do, because sometimes I will sometimes when I do, I will use Vaseline, and Vaseline is my go-to, because number one, it's cheaper, and I put it on a tissue or something, and I wipe all the makeup off, right? And then I'll use some mouth soap to cleanse that, and then I'll use alcohol to cleanse my pores, and then I use whatever that's medicinal. So whatever is medicinal. So Neosporin is medicinal, and you don't break out. And it's just, again, the secret ingredient let's see if I can. I don't have my see if I can read in here. I know you all have heard of sulfur or sulfate. Sulfur is the secret ingredient in Benadine. Daydream says, I exercise twice a day, like every day, and then I enjoyed fun in the sun and I used my bubble wand. Whoa, that sounds like you got some really good, great time, just out and about, getting some fresh air, you know, resetting the clock, which I call the brain, resetting the clock. And, but no, here it is right here. Okay, so it's on the front. It's called back bacitracin. Okay, here's the ingredients. Y'all ready? Bacitracin, zinc. Listen to those ingredients: zinc, sulfate, and bacitracin, which is like a benazine, like bentazine. Y'all heard about bentazine? And so the sulfate and all of that, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know, but the Neosporin has those ingredients that you never hear anybody online talking about anything else when they're doing their face. Neosporin does speed, healing, and I put it under my eyes and it does not harm your skin. It's not so strong where it damages and harms your skin. If anything, it heals the skin. It heals the skin. So it's one of my greatest recommendations. Sometimes you have, like I said, scarring or pimples or acne or just the stress of, air conditioning or heat or toxins in the air. There's a COVID that has never left, but COVID strands are, they've always said that COVID has always been around and that new strands have come out. Well, people don't know that you can also, your pores breathe. So when you go through a cleansing, then what it does, it just, hey, Eric Wallace, hello, shout out to my Eric. Thank you and welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so used to looking at my camera down here instead of up here. I'm so used to it down here. Um, but yeah, that's the secret ingredient. So you all can Google zinc, sulfur, and bacitracin, bacitracin, which is like a Benadine. Benadine is healing. So look at those ingredients. If I could kind of turn it where you can see it. I don't know if it's kind of hard, but you can Google, that and look that up. But those are things that you don't see in other those expensive exfoliating creams. You're spending $30 on exfoliation and stuff when you could use this. But that's my process. And it's just a great protectant. And then like the next morning when I wake up, then I rinse my face again with a cleansing like face cleanser and warm water or hot as I could stand, steam my face, open my pores. And then I use like a cold rag to close the, back on my face to close the pores, but at night is when I do the work. In the morning during the day I do the cleansing, but at night I do the work because when you're asleep, the body is still working. You know what I'm saying? You're still breathing. A lot of people don't know that you can burn calories while sleeping. So as long as you have body movement, like your heart's beating, there's blood flow, feed your, I know people say, well, I don't want to drink water too late at night. And that's okay. Just drink water when you can. But I drink water at night because it just replenishes me. And when I go to sleep, my body is still working and it's doing the work to restore and heal. And I wake up in the morning and then these blemishes and things like that, the scarring or whatever, it's almost healed. So when you wake up, the Neosporin just helps with the continuing of healing your skin. Because a lot of people don't know there's always damage to your skin. Plus, I take a hair, skin, and nail vitamin too. Yeah, I know a lot of people just don't know that Neosporin I've used. My kids are 30 something years old. So I remember back in my day when I was younger, Neosporin used to be only prescription strength. And they used to get you the prescription, like teeny little skinny package, you know, and but now they sell it this size, and I buy this every month. I also use it on my legs, on the bottom of my legs or around my ankles or wherever I think there could be some scarring, like right here. Or I have cats. So if I have a little scratch by the cat by accident, or your elbows, so you can see my elbows. And I keep my elbows moisturized. And it just repairs and, heals the skin. So it's really, really good. And it's not anything that burns your skin. And people use it for, under your skin flaps, under your stomach, the crevices of your body. Use Neosporin. No one talks about that. Behind the ear, little crevices, under the stomach, under your breast, armpits, if after you shave. Put Neosporin because it helps with healing because razors and things are very harsh on the skin. Less scarring, fast healing. So Neosporin is for all of that. Your ankles. I put it on my toenails. Just around the edges, the cuticles and stuff, and cuticles of my fingers, my lips sometimes, and just you could use it everywhere, even my lips. If I have an allergic reaction, and I put it on my lips. So you can use it everywhere, but don't forget the crevices. If you have any raw areas on your body, and your crevices, not up between those parts, but crevices, like you're under your stomach and your leg area where you sit, and you got that bent area right up in there. Yes, Neosporin, because a lot of people have scarring and rawness. And I used to use it all the time too when I did caregiving for my clients. I used that because sometimes when my senior clients had, some raw areas or anywhere on the body, your ass crack. Welcome to Rhonda's Lovely Sparks. It's always a spark here. It's go, oh, don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. If I just try to do removal hair, and if I remove any hair on my chin or whatever, I use Neosporin. You break out or something, or allergic reactions or whatever, or for sun damage, sunburns, Neosporin. All that other stuff costs so much money, and this tube probably will cost me anywhere from $6 to $9. And it's worth the investment. I will eliminate everything else in the shelf and I will replace it for that. So don't forget to use that on your body parts, on your skin, anywhere there's chafing or just areas of rawness. Use that. That's my tip. BV, yeah, Blue Velvet said, Rhonda, you need to do your hair, do your skin, do this and that while you're live. So, yeah, it does not. A lot of people say if you use the oil, like Lola was saying about your pores, you clean them and then you put medicine because your pores also needs um, replenishing. Your pores need nourishment. You see? And Neosporin replenishes it and gives it nourishment because of the sulfur in it, the benadine, the zinc. Those are secret ingredients that goes into the pores and gets rid of those extra radicals, even with people who are getting dialysis or radiation treatments or using on medications or just have perfect skin. You use it on perfect skin. It's not so medicinal. It does not have any harsh chemicals. It does not break you out. It's just and you know, if you know, um, my daughters of their father's family is from the Caribbean islands. And I remember when I stayed in St. Lucia for about a month, because I ended up staying there longer because there was a hurricane, and I stayed there to help with, a lot of the victims of the hurricane, right? But I ended up spending a month there, and I ended up learning a lot. And what I had learned was that they had a drive-in, um, volcano. They said it's the only drive-in volcano um, in the world. So the point is, with them having a volcano, there was sulfur. They had access to sulfur water, sulfur for their skin. They just didn't use salt. A lot of people think that people from the Caribbean islands just use salt water to cleanse their skin. Well, I'm trying to make sure I charge my backup batteries because like it's trying to go dead on me. Uh, the cell phone. So I just got to back up here. Um, oh, here it is. So what that means from this volcano, they had access. Okay, it's charging. Access to, volcano just is not designated just to one little area. Whatever the remnants are, the roots, the patterns of the volcano. Um, the root system of the volcano is long and wide. So what that means is, oh, I see this keeps going off. Let me turn the volumes down because this is getting out. Just a second, I'll tell you all about the volcano and the sulfur and the culture there, where I've learned this from. Because the information that I have, it's not just, with the years I've lived. Okay, here it is. The years that I've lived, I've learned a lot of trial and error. So I stayed on the islands for a while. That means for a month on the islands, I ended up learning a lot. So they had remnants from the volcano, which is sulfur, right? They had sulfur springs, they had a lot of sulfur soap, a lot of sulfur product, and I end up learning more about when I stayed there about what sulfur does. And a lot of people will complain about the smell. And I go, "Oh, it stinks." Well, guess what? The smell, the healing properties outweigh the small inconveniences, which is the smell. Neosporin does not, by the way, have any sulfur smell. So don't be worried about that part. It has, um, I don't know why this phone I'm just trying to get it charged and get it going because the battery is down on it. Okay, it's charging. So I ended up learning a lot about sulfur. So when I came back to the States, then I started doing more research about sulfur. So I end up using a lot of sulfur, especially the island people there. They use a lot of sulfur in their hair. It helps with hair growth. It helps with replenishing your skin cells. It just helps with everything. And I used to order a long time ago some sulfur some homemade sulfur stuff that they would make, and I used to put it all on my skin, and then I don't use it anymore. But I love it. It's just ended up costing more expensive. So I ended up learning about Neosporin because when my daughters were babies, they sometimes would break out in like a little heat rash, and so I ended up using Neosporin. And even today, one of my daughters will still kind of use a lot of the expensive lotion products. And the problem with that, you can get all that expensive stuff and use it, what's advertised, and then you'll find out um, that the healing process is longer, number one, and the scarring it leaves behind, and then still itching. Neosporin has the ingredients in it that speeds up the healing process and less scarring, So that's what happens when our bodies, as we just live and things happen. And there are things that we do to do the maintenance on our bodies. So always give a tip. And Daydream says, I keep the inner childhood within me alive. Yay! That's so important because, I'll share with you. My husband and I are older now. Okay, I'm 58. Do you know, really, time goes by fast. I'm really, in most part of my heart and mind, I feel like the same Rhonda when I was a little kid. I've just had a lot of vested years in me when it's come to learning some life lessons, retiring, investing, the money I need to retire, um, eating better and learning how to deal with, have putting up boundaries and dealing with outside issues and politics and making politics good and in a healthy way and learning from that aspect. So I got those things, those feathers in my cap. Um, but also, I just feel the same. I mean, I just can't jump up in a chair as quick as I used to. You end up understanding your limitations. I think that's the only thing what happens when you get older. You end up learning your limitations like, dang, I can't run as fast as I used to. Or, okay, when I get up out the bed and I go to the powder room, I have to like hold on to things so I don't lose my balance. That's the only thing that reminds you, okay, you're older. Other than that, you're really not any different. You're like, hmm, I can't hang upside down on the monkey bars like I used to. Oh, I got to be careful because if I fall, I can't bounce back up like as quickly as I used to. So you take extra caution of how you place your feet down and looking where you walk and being more cautious because we don't bounce up as quickly as we used to. But I remember my grandmother, she passed away, right? She died she lived a very long life. My grandmother from down south. Um, and she would look at me and she'd go, she was in her 80s, and she'd go, Rhonda, I feel the same. She goes, I feel the same. That went, I was quiet when I said that because that said a lot to me. Is that you could look at her and she looked older, because I'm grandchild and I'm looking at her and she looks older, right? And the way she gets around, it's a little slower, right? And plus, you looking at your grandparents from that perspective, from a grandchild, you look at them and go, you're older. But for her to say that I'm still the same person, that means people get older still. What Daydream was saying, you still have the inner childhood. You still have the laugh, the excitement. You don't really change. You just have to respect your limitations. But you're really the same kid. You just got older. You don't have to act, yeah, you have to be respectful when you're at the job. Of course, certain things you can't say or do, but you know what I'm talking about. For the most part, you find you and you just be happy in that without other things out there putting restraints on how you should, you know, a certain rapport and air. I mean, I can understand certain environments when you're not at home, but mostly when you're at home, you just chill out. Let your head heal and restore and rest and just be yourself. Because trust me, when you could do that, you and if you're confident in that you're a good self, don't be confident in the bad self. You do some modifications there. But when you're confident about being a good person, then refine that, polish that silver, polish that gold, refine it, protect it, put the healing things back into your body to restore what you lose as you get older. You're always getting older, second by second by second. And there are certain things that just helps you replenish and you know keeps your skin flawless. And my hands, you see my hands, there's no scarring, no age spots, because I'm always conditioning my hands. um, this right here, I had a dark age spot right here. If you could tell, there's a light brown one right there. I didn't know what age spots were. I mean, I heard about my grandparents and older people would talk about it. And all of a sudden, I started seeing it and I thought, is that an age spot? And this is when I'm sharing with you all how we really don't pay attention about getting older. You just, but you still do the maintenance on your body on a daily basis and make sure it's a good habit, a good habit to take care of yourself. Um, so I just started putting frankincense on it, um, tea tree oil at night, and it's lightened up a lot. If you see that little circle right there. And so there's things we could do. It has nothing to do with, not loving yourself. It's not like I'm spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on having a breast lift or something. No, just doing some natural organic things to keep me feeling good about myself and aging beautifully. Lola, I, I, disclaimer, I don't have a problem with people doing breast lifts or butt lifts or whatever. I don't judge about that. I'm just saying for me. I love you, Lola, too, and I enjoyed your email too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. How did Andre scare you? Man, see, let me tell you how he scared me. So when I'm doing my live, my all my energy is poured into this. So in my mind, it's quiet. I'm by myself. It's dark. It's nighttime. And I'm in the zone. All he has to do is open the door and he'll go, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is he's saying. You know how men talk. I mean, I'm not saying all men, but you, y'all get the gist, right? So when he does that, it startles me because I'm like so focused. I'm like in the zone. And my head is thinking, his ass is in the bed and I'm by myself. Mothra's here. Martha's over there. But he'll just go, "What are you doing over there?" It scares the crap out of me. All he has to do is just, he could be low keyed about it. Hi. God dang it. And then plus, my hubby has a history with his sisters when they were growing up. He has a history of scaring the living daylights out of his sister. So yeah, he has this thing, and I would scare him back. So far, he stopped doing it now for 3 weeks. But we used to prank each other all the time, a lot. I would get his ass back. He'd be in the kitchen, focused on this thing, and I'd scare his ass every time, every time. And now there's just that sense right now, respect to being older. I don't want him having a heart attack on me, and he don't want me like dying on him yet. So we have to be respectful. He probably is watching, even though I kind of hear the TV a little bit, and it doesn't sound like he's listening to me. It could be though. I do have to not like have so much faith in him. Because he knows I'm wired from an honest place. He's from the streets. Let me tell you this. My husband laughs at me all the time when I say he's from the streets because he'll look at me like, I'm not from the streets. He grew up in an upper middle class environment. It's a very intellectual family. But the reason why I will say from the streets, because I grew up in the country. So anything outside the country to me is the streets. It doesn't mean it's bad. You know what I'm saying? So I'll say, yeah, honey, you're from the streets. And I say that not being negative. I say that because that means he has more knowledge than me, when it comes to, things that happen in the city. I don't know about that life. Even though I live in the city, I still don't know. I mean, at least I can admit the truth and try to learn. I really don't know, but I try. I try. So what I had planned, which I'd spent about 37 minutes, is talking about some tips about skin and crevices and butt cracks and underneath the breast and underneath stomachs and folds of the body. That helps with healing. I could talk about that all night. When my husband and I dated, we were dating. We talked on the phone probably May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, about 8 months before we decided to meet each other. And so I'd always gave him like caregiving tips, like doing stretches and how to use Vaseline and extra cleansing advice and the la 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 la. And I guess he was like, damn, this woman keeps it real. She ain't shy. And I just believe that people should know how to care for themselves and understand to ask, because there's a lot of people don't know. Probably their mothers never had that talk, or their dads never had that talk, or probably they had the talk, but they didn't talk enough. Or maybe there are some things that went on with the kids or whatever that they just never shared, never asked for help, and they end up learning from some other things out there that's not kosher, that's not true, that are myths. So I tell people, guess what? Uh, sorry. Oh, I just tell people, that because I've been, even though I had two full time jobs, my second full time job, I was a caregiver for over 15 years. So I had two full time jobs. And then my day job, was my office job with the perks and the benefits and my, and my what I went to school for. And then the other job was just what was natural my whole life, growing up around animals and knowing how to care for animals, and taking an extra mile and learning some things from old folks when they gave you some remedies and on how to take care of yourself. So I ended up moving to the city. I thought, you mean I get paid this much money for something I just grew up knowing? And then there's a lot of people out there went to school and wasn't that good. And with me, it was just natural. I'm not saying that I handle my clients like goats. Like put my arm around their neck and injected them with wormer, goat wormer. I don't know if anyone knows about that, or I mean, I don't know. I, I could be over speaking. I mean, that was natural for me. So I didn't treat my clients like that. But you learn how to help people and how to talk to people when they have a need, and how to listen to people who can't talk, or how to predict people's needs without them always having to ask for every tiny little thing. And those are some things that end up inspiring me to, you know, become self-employed in that, and started getting paid my worth in that aspect, and knowing how to negotiate my pay on the weekends. And I did live in very wealthy people's homes, and I got paid really good money. And that money inspired me just to even perfect my craft when it came to helping people who had Alzheimer's and dementia. And I'd buy dolls for the client who needed that. Not that I was just passing out dolls, but I had one client who had severe dementia and Alzheimer's, and it's called doll therapy. And so that was applicable for her mental health. So it just depends. And I just end up just being so above most people. I mean, if anything I saw being in that field is that there's a lot of unqualified people who claim they have masters in psychology that are caring for other people's parents that are abusive, that are not qualified. Just because you have a master's don't mean blank, don't mean the pot you piss and squat on, don't mean trying to prevent from cussing. Don't mean nothing, because I've seen some people who had training and all this, and they ain't good. They don't know. They don't know nothing about it. So it's a scary field. People out there have people in that position. Just don't drop them off at assisted livings and think that people are just going to automatically care. I mean, for your loved one. I mean, when you go there, this is anywhere, even have hiring people that's caring for. You have to treat your senior parent like your child. Would you put your infant in the hands of anybody? So why would you put your senior parent in that position just because they're adults? You have to really treat your parent as far as looking for who's qualified and making sure that they're safe and secure, just like you're seeking for a babysitter for your infant child. I try to tell people that. Just saying. I'm just saying. A lot of these businesses, they are made to impress the children or family members who are putting their elders in those homes. Um, they're made to impress them, to appear and look homey, safe. Some family members, elders, don't want to probably be a part of their workout programs. You know what I'm saying? Or crafts. Probably they just want to be left the F alone and stay in their bedroom and just eat and watch TV and read a book or whatever they want to do. I mean, sometimes they just don't want to be a part of all that fancy stuff that is appealing to impress, again, to impress family members who are putting their elders there so they can feel guilt free. I mean, I understand sometimes you have to do it, but what I'm saying, don't leave the responsibility up for strangers to take care of your loved ones. Please don't, because it's a lot of neglect. Trust me. Even people who look so smart and clean and nice and impressive and looking and impressing you can be doing some bad things. And I'm telling you, it can happen to anybody, by anybody. So that's why I'm a big promoter of home health care. You can get home health care, and even that has to be watched. The point is, don't leave the care up to just anybody. Be smart enough to watch. And if I was people out there, put cameras everywhere around the house. I know bathroom is the privacy of people who are working for you and they need that privacy. But I'm saying the other parts of the house, put cameras because you'll be surprised. Put cameras in the house. Okay, so we're 45 minutes into Rhonda's Lovely Sparks. Thank you all so much. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe, everybody from around the world. Shout out to everyone around the world. Love you all. Thank you all so much for being a part. And I'm going to put this on play. And of course, people can chat with me. Daydream said she had a really great day today. And I spoke to Lola. And happy birthday to Mocha Sister. And I saw Mike Aldana. Shout out to William Williams and Eric Wallace and Tay Cowboys and oh my God! I just when I say the names, Miss TR and my husband and I always had a great time watching the movie. Okay, we had a movie watch party. We have movie watch parties that the schedule stays the same, which is every Tuesday night, every on Tuesdays only. I have a pre-movie cartoon. Kind of have to look behind me because hubby tries to scare me again. Pre-movie cartoon. I do like a 7-minute cartoon. And then I transition right into a nice, incredible movie Tuesday nights. And then Saturdays, I have at 1 o'clock, I have nostalgia and or cartoons with vintage commercials. And I alternate that every other Saturday, whether like today I played vintage cartoons with vintage commercials. Like Michael Jackson commercials, tricks are for kids, just vintage commercials. And then next weekend will be something nostalgia, probably non-animated, which is like the Three Stooges or Betty Boop or Lulu or Superman or Captain America or Speed Racer. Alternate that. And then Saturday nights, I have double feature movie watch parties, which you see right up here. And what that has is that it has the nostalgia intro of the drive-in feeling, the voice, the narrating, and of course, I have edited and put in my own visuals to make it exciting and not so much, flat line downtime. So I've injected some psycho, like with the little 2 seconds of psycho, and some vintage snacks and some visuals that transitions into introducing to you the beginning of the movie. I'll let you know what's going to play, which is this thumbnail I create, which includes double feature nights on Saturdays. These are 2 movies, double feature with intermission. full complete movies that are legal that I could play on my channel. And so I say this every time I go live because there are a lot of people who even can read it. They could read it. I could put it out there. I can do a 1, 2, 3 ABC instructions of my channel. Uh, Tune into the community tab because that's where I do all of my communication. But also, it's important for people to also hear me say it because sometimes people have dyslexia and or people are at work, or people are driving, so they are tuning in to me while they're at work. Mike Aldana, he said he's working overtime, so he's working late tonight, but he'll have his earphones, his plugins, earphone plugins, whatever you call them today. I don't know what y'all call them today. And he'll tune into my channel while he's working. I have a friend of mine that works at the airport, and she deals with the luggage and stuff at the airport. And she waves in the planes, right? And she'll have me in her ear while I'm talking. And I find that so complimentary because people, um, and I knew this before when I help people with mental disorders, one-on-one, work with clients who had brain disorders, brain tumors, mental health, my expertise that I enjoyed more working with clients who had aggressive, violent dementia and Alzheimer's was my thing. I loved working with people that were violent and aggressive because my tone is an ASMR. Excuse me, didn't mean to cough in your all's ear. My tone is an ASMR. Um, I have a way of talking to people. I know it's a gift. I have a way of engaging with people. And it was definitely a heavenly gift for people who were diagnosed in higher stages, or the last stage of their illness, right? The worst stages of their illnesses. That was my preference. That was my expertise. So I work with the violent ones, aggressively violent. And I found out the reason why they were aggressively violent was because number one, they became very aggravated because no one understood them, and or not enough people wanted to listen and understand them. Number two, I don't know if that's like number two already. People who were caring for them would feed into their triggers. So a lot of the caring for them was not good. So there was a lot of people who just didn't know how to tap into avoiding those triggers or learned what their triggers were and make sure that they learned how to work with them where things didn't trigger them, but they could find alternative things that made their life easier. I work with them with that, whether it's doll therapy or, of course, kept sharp objects away from them. Okay. Um, Make sure that they watch things on TV. If they love cats, then I'd play cat TV for them, like where they could see cats. Played something if they had children and they love babies. I'd play, YouTube that had laughing babies, or or I would make pictures like cards that had things that they love. Like I used to work for a retired doctor who traveled. He was a Doctors Without Borders is who he worked for. And he traveled, that means he traveled around the world and he helped children around the world. He was in pediatrics. So when he got severe Alzheimer's and dementia, then I remember he loved going skiing. So I found pictures of skiing, the snow caps, He loved reading, so I'd find pictures of books, things that he loved, like swimming and going to the beach, because he got his education in New York to become a doctor, and he did residency there in New York. So I found things, in other words, that appealed to him, and I put it in cue cards. I'm watching, sister. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. I love you. Thank you. And so what I did, I just went that extra mile in keying in and being able to cue in to my clients' hearts and minds and would put them first. It wasn't about me. So the more I learned through family members about what was their favorite food, even though with Alzheimer's, the palate changed. Still, you just, when you're around them all the time, hello, Nadia Lista 90s. Hello, Nadia Lista. Shout out to Nadia Lista 90s. Shout out to Daydream 1990s. Shout out to Lola Hot Sauce. Shout out to Eric Wallace, everybody. Thank you all for queuing in. I was talking about just tapping into the needs of my clients that I had. I had two full-time jobs. So, yes, I was worked in business administration. It's September. It's official me and Daydream birth month. Yeah. Let me look up something right here while we're talking about birthdays. Okay, I have an Excel form because I know I've received an email, but I'm pulling up my Excel form that I keep up with people's birthdays. And I have a workbook in Excel. And in my workbook, I have a Rhonda's Lovely Sparks workbook. Uh huh. Uh huh. I'm not a master operator of Excel because I went and took a lot of classes in that and I used it at my jobs. But I can use the workbook where it benefits me. I'm an operator, so I know how to use it. Okay, so have in my Rhonda's Lovely Sparks workbook different sheets. And I have one that has a list of my members and I have one with birthdays. So I'm going to put on here uh, Nodulista, let's see, Nodulista 90s. And your birth month is September. So I don't need the year, but Nodulista, let me go back and see if I can find Nodulista. Let me go back to the chat room. Nodulista, what is your birth date? It's September. It's officially me and Daydream's birth month. Me and Daydream have the same birthday. What is y'all's birth date? So I could plug that in so I could do shout outs to y'all because just as great as you all might feel when I do a shout out, it feels so good for me to give. And to me, that's giving. Okay, so September 16, thank you. So I'm going to put on here September 16. I'm plugging that into my workbook. And then we have Daydream, 1990s. I'm plugging this in right now because I stopped what I'm doing. And I think y'all said the same date. So Daydream, make sure I spell this right. Okay, I'll plug that in. And I love, so Daydream 1990s, yours on September 16th also. Okay, so I plug that in. So when I put it in my Excel form, I start building with that. And I have in order your names, your month, and your dates. And I have it set up where there are reminders and it lets me know so I can create a shout out. So happy September. Happy September to you September babies. Happy September to you all. So thank you. It matters to me. So just as great as you all feel about your birth, your birthdays, it's rewarding for me to wish you all a happy birthday too. It's just such a big deal. I'm a 1960s baby, so birthdays have so much more meaning probably than the average person today. To me, it just resembles thank God that you're alive. I respect the fact on what it takes for that little sperm to go in there and fertilize that egg. I'm just saying. Boy, them little things, boy, was a runner, weren't they? Y'all ran pretty fast to get to that egg. I mean, how many eggs? How many little sperm things are running to get there? I mean, I'm just being honest with y'all. Y'all, it takes it's a lot of competition. And so we are miracles. I'm a late 90s baby. Oh, so both my daughters, one was born in 1990 and one was born in 1992. And so she's a late 90s baby. I like you all's names. Nodulus the 90s and then Daydream 1990s. I love the names. My little young folks are up in here. Shout out to the young people who are the future, who are out there protesting peacefully. You're out there voting. You are out there fighting, taking over where we're just too tired. Me and my hubby, we're voting, but we just can't go out there and protest peacefully. Oh, okay. So nodulist 90s. So, oh, 27 years old. Oh, young whippersnappers, you. Oh, young whippersnappers. I still have a lot of my teeth. I have some missing, but I still rocking. I'm rocking my hair. Still got hair. And y'all, when I'm still coming on live, I'll let you know if I lost some more hair or if I lost some more teeth. But I'm not going to spend $14,000 on any bridges for my teeth. If I lose them, I lose them, and I'll use what I got. Okay? I use the teeth that I got. And if I'm forced to get dentures, hopefully it'll be a long time from now. And I'll plug them dentures in. I'll be keep chewing my barbecue ribs and my fried chicken. Now, Delissa said, I'll have a cheat meal on my birthday. Sounds yummy. Hubby lost a lot of weight too. As a matter of fact, I reported, a week ago that I lost 85 pounds. Husband lost, I think he's like at 85 pounds too. He was at 75 pounds. And when men lose weight, they could lose 20 pounds and they look like they lost 50. And so I'm slowly, it's been 4 years, slowly during the 4 years of my retirement, I've been finding my way back into memory and speaking and working on my mental health. That means like anxieties and calming and enjoying my life right now because I've set boundaries. I don't speak to my mother and my father and my sisters going on 5 years. And I count them because it's time for me to celebrate that. I've had to set boundaries because it nearly killed me what they were doing. And I found out I have grandbabies that love grandma. That I need to take care of myself because there's a lot of people out there that want me still alive. So it's not that they want me a part of their life either. It's just healthier for me to not have them in my life. I don't want to reach out. I'm happy. When you find that happy place, doesn't matter who it is. I'll go burn in hell. I've honored my parents and I've honored my family. And I've honored them so much where they were taking me for granted. And they were taking me for granted. and they were using me. And I just found that out in my early 50s when I turned 53. And I'm 58 now. And I end up learning some things. And I said, no more, because I know that I poured in so much of myself that I neglected myself so much that I was heart attack prone, trying to give them everything I got. And enough is enough. So Najalisa says, since I'm a thin girl and always have been, I've always been healthy. The holidays and birthdays are when I have cheat meals. That's good for you. Good for you. And if you even want to add a little bit, if cheat meals is a good name that's good for you, then great. But if the word cheat has a negative connotation and you want to add and say your dream meal or your reward meal or name it something that you love, like um for me, Hershey's chocolate with almonds. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I've learned how to take negative words and turn them into positive words. That has a lot to do with affecting your psyche, you know? But if cheating works for you, then you go with that. And then Nadalista says, Sister Rhonda, did you grow up in a toxic African American household? So I wasn't aware that it was toxic. You know, when I would lived in the country and I lived in an environment where there was no neighbors, and I lived in an environment where it was rural in the country. And so I didn't know until I left the country and I started finding, I left the country when I lost my job. And in the 90s, I lost my job, my house, and my car. So therefore, I moved up north in Arlington area, and got a part of a homeless shelter program that helps you into self-sufficiency. So I was brainwashed. And so when I left, I ended up finding my way on my own without asking them for help. And I end up finding out that I'm wired differently than my family, that molestation is catastrophic, that there are certain things that is not acceptable, that my thinking was normal, you know? And then when I became homeless and I was brought into programs that helped me become self-sufficient because I had business skills, I had a foundation of, sanity, that I was strong. So I was very ambitious. I just had bad luck, right? So I had people who were life coaches and nuns and counselors in these programs help build my self-esteem, counseling and guidance, and women's shelter that helped me when times in my past I was abused. There was times when I was abused when I was married in the past that I didn't know how to identify it. And my parents just didn't have the equipment to prepare me. They didn't have the right equipment for me to prepare myself to have a better life. So there were a lot of things that how they raised me, they did their best. And then let's say that I outgrew it. So what for me was a line being drawn I had to stay true to my convictions, where they weren't able to evolve. For me to be better, I had to evolve and not allow the verbal abuse from them to continue or the acceptance of their abuse anymore. I had to evolve. My love became greater for myself, to know that I had to make those hard decisions to love myself enough to make some critical changes, or I was going to die very, very young. And I would end up following in the footsteps of a lot of the hard working, overly worked women in my family. I wanted to survive. I had something bigger to live for. So Daydream says, I'm also a slender bodied girl, nodulista, and I was petite my entire life since birth. My mother kept me healthy growing up, so I'm just healthy in my young adult. And I love exercise. That is wonderful, Daydream. And Daydream 1990 said, I grew up being verbally abused and emotionally abused. And these things are normalized in the African American community when it comes to parenting. Exactly. You know, the normalization for the African, I could speak from my African American heritage, how they hid a lot behind using religion to groom you. So, oh, I'm going to use religion for you to honor your father and your mother, right? That means it's your obligation, Rhonda, since you're firstborn, to take care of me and do everything I ask you to do. Where they were taking advantage of me is that I would give them all my money. Or when I got older in my 30s and 40s and 50s, I would get a second job to help financially support my parents if they happened to ask for it. Then I learned later that they were taking my hard earned money and giving it to my spoiled sisters, my rotten, narcissistic, evil sisters, born from the same parents. But I always tell people how I was able to identify myself was through help of life coaches and counseling and guidance and people, group settings of getting group therapy, nuns praying for me and nurturing me and telling me what was going on with me was normal as far as how I felt and crying a lot till I didn't know I had that much water in me. I cried so much every day, all day. I was crying and I didn't realize how much that I had that much water. I was pouring so much that I really thought something bad was going to happen because I was crying so much. Then I ended up learning it was cleansing. I was shedding a lot of things that was no good and that God was giving me. And not that I'm over religious. I'm more spiritual than religious. I don't follow out or adhere to a bunch of controlled circles. Hello, Reese's Cup. Hey, Rhonda at work, but listening. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being here. And Daydream said, I grew up being verbally abused and emotionally abused, and these things are normalized in the African American community when it comes to parenting. I reread that again. And then Nodulus to 90 said, I'm a Christian myself from still being a virgin and will be until marriage to never drinking before and never will drink to never smoking before. And in my life, to never being on drugs and never will. And then Nodulista says, but these Black parents use the Bible when it's convenient. Yes, because I was a virgin when I got married. So I got married at 20 years old, and I was a virgin until I got married. And the Bible was used to really take advantage of me, for me to work myself to death to where now I have a disability of my back. And so if you see me, I'm in my chair and I have my legs reclined to deal with the pain management of when I worked in the country. I worked in the country. They overworked me where I chopped wood and I cut 10 acres of land and I carried heavy wood in the house, washed clothes, hung them on the line, took them down, folded them for a family of 5, cooking and washing and cleaning every single day. Now, am I afraid of hard work? No. My work ethic is very high, especially when I got into the workforce. And I was taught being a firstborn, when you're firstborn, you're supposed to do all of that and more. So it's a way of life, right? You're trained, it's a way of life. Then you learn, I'm doing all this work, but you don't have the expectations of for my sisters to share with the chores. So then I had a Cinderella life. The only difference is that the stepmother on Cinderella, that was my mom, and the stepsisters on Cinderella, those were my sisters. And I was the one that was enslaved. So I worked and worked and worked and cleaned. And my sisters went off to college, and because I was the firstborn, I stayed home to manage the farm. So I was the son that they never had. I lifted heavy things. Maintained a 3-acre garden where my sisters played a lot. And 1 acre of the garden was nothing but watermelons and cantaloupe. Half an acre was corn, and the rest was purple peas and beans. And they were 80-foot rows. And I picked okra. And we've had planted onion and strawberries and peanuts. And, my mother made it look fun. It was only me and my mom and dad working hard. I'm not saying that I was the only person working. They worked very hard too. But managing 50 acres of land, when my dad was at work and my mom was cooking and doing what her wifely duties was, who took care of the animals, who took care of cutting the yard, who took care of the farming and the wood for the fireplace, who took care of that? Firstborn. Who took up all the slack? Firstborn. And so when I just started feeling liberated, because I always had 2 full-time jobs, okay? For a reason, because I was homeless and I never wanted to do that again. So I worked 2 full, yes, it's possible. I worked 40 hours a week at one job, and I worked on the weekend, live-in care, 80 something hours on the weekend, clocked in Friday at 6 o'clock at night, clocked out Monday, 6 o'clock in the morning. How many hours is that? You know, And then after I met my husband, I still held on to that second full-time job. I didn't let it go. And then I end up trusting a little bit more while I got married. And my husband, Andre, who I got married to, ended up teaching me a lot, that I could trust him, that he is a provider, that he wanted to take on responsibilities. I'm I'm not used to that. My whole life, understand, I took control of everything. I paid for everything, you know? And so it took me years. And I could say since I've been retired, it took me going on almost 5 years to kind of understand that I can let go. This is like rejuvenating for me. I'm just now learning this, and I'm 58, because it used to give me anxiety when I felt I had to let go of a lot of that control. So Nadulista says African American parents make the eldest child a second parent. I have seen it with my cousin. Yes. I mean, I was 9 years old. I was left home at 9 years old watching my newborn sister, and my other sister was 3. So when my mother was working also for that short period of time, I was left home alone at 9 years old to watch a baby and a little girl. And understand, my just because my sister was 3 years old, I still helped to take care of her when she was an infant. I learned how to drive at 9 years old. I would drive to the country store and pick up dog food and get gas for the lawnmower. The closest country store was 5 miles away, and I'd go drive to the store. So we were of the generation that was left home alone to take care of our siblings. And then Reese's Cup said, that was a lot, Rhonda. Nowadays, our parents would be arrested for neglect. Yes. And Nodulista 90 says, corporal punishment is similar to slavery. You know, I end up learning, yes, or ourself. I end up learning as I got older that still loving and understanding my parents and what we had to do growing up, and being proud of having responsibility. What happened, that aha moment, when I was retired, the things that I gave up to help my parents, I gave up. I left my career, retired, got a severance pay that I didn't tell my parents about, me getting a severance pay, because it wasn't their business. But because both my parents were severely um, under bad health, because so many years they hid their problems until it got to the point where they couldn't hide it anymore. And my dad suffered major back problems because my mother was falling a lot. So he hid it, and they would call the fire department. Where it got to a point where they were calling the fire department to help my mother get off the floor so much, the fire department got with Adult Protective Services, and they called me because my sisters had their own life. I mean, I had mine too, but they called me to let me know what was going on with my parents, right? So, long story short, I was going through also with my grandson. I stutter when I say it because it's very hard to talk about, even though it's healthy for me. Was very, very sick in the hospital for a long time. So I was going through that for the first time in my life, experiencing that. And but I left my life, my husband and I packed our life up, moved to the country, a rural area, back from where I'm from, that my husband is not from. Moved in with my parents and turned a garage into a suite with a closet and a living space for my husband and I, because we talked about working out some things where we could move in with them and have our privacy and help them with finding out the diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, bipolar, schizophrenia with my mother, and my dad, an undiagnosed Alzheimer's dementia. And saw a lot of things around the house and learned a lot of things and did some cleaning up and some decluttering, and there was some hoarding and just a whole lot of things that that I saw. What I found out, long story short, is that my parents has set me up to spend my severance pay, my retirement money, when I fixed their roofing and got rid of a lot of clutter and got some uh, retirement papers for them, which they signed. I have nothing to do with that, but helped them pay for it when it came with planning your will and power of attorney, and it was like $3,000, and I paid half of that, which had nothing to do with my paperwork. It had something to do with what they wanted to do. And just digging in, like diving in and helping with their health care. And daddy was paying bills, sometimes 3 times the same bill. And then there were times where these people just, needed to pay him back because he was overpaying because of Alzheimer's dementia. And my mother, so long story short, my mother was in a nursing home where my dad put her in because she had 2 hip replacement surgeries. One didn't work out. She had to go back in a second time. So remember, these years I was working full time, visiting my daughter and my grandson in the hospital in Dallas, and still driving home to a rural area in the country to help my parents manage their health care and them with severe back problems and all this. So long story short, they got together to con me that the plan was to get me down here to fix their life, to get the yard cut and the pastures cut and everything maintained and roof repair and, take care of this and that and feed the dogs and the cats and the cows while they both was healing for back surgery and over here hip replacement surgery, while I invested money because I thought we would end up retiring there, right? Because promises were made. So their plan was to, well, use her up and do what we need to do to kick them out, and we get our house back and leave them high and dry. That was the long-term plan of theirs. So for them to cry wolf, to lie to Adult Protective Services, to do whatever it takes to get us out so they could reap the benefits of what was vested in their home, the cleaning, the decluttering, the painting, the repairs. Mind you, the house was built in 1976. Had their carpet shampooed, plumbing repaired, septic tank cleaned out, caught up on their bills. They were behind in taxes, got their taxes paid up to date. That was their plan. One thing was finding out the truth and letting that resonate, that they had the capacity to do that, also opened up doors for me to to go back into the past and put the pieces together that I had put in the back of my brain, that I really just let go because of when they used religion. They used religion to groom me. That during my retirement, I end up learning and it started coming to the front of my mind, the things they did that I so easily forgave them for. So there was abusive moments when it came to physical abuse, when it came to neglect, when it came to verbal abuse, when it came to neglect. Then I started identifying it. And now that I'm retired, I sleep, and all the answers also come into my dreams. And my dreams have me to see the real walk in life in the dream of what happened. Like all of a sudden, that vitamin B12 and that restoration and exercise, and then weeding them out my life and setting up boundaries and saying no more. My mind started becoming uncluttered. And thank goodness I have receipts. Thank goodness I had paperwork to protect me. And I'm a businesswoman, so I had things that I did professionally, never used their money, but because they did not know I had a severance pay, a really good severance pay for my job, that they didn't know and didn't care, so greedy that they lied on me and would say that I stole money. It was like I end up learning that no matter what I gave up for them, it was never enough for them. What would have made them happy if I just died, and it would make them feel in control. Welcome to tidbits of my life coming to surface. So, Nodulista said that nowadays our parents would be arrested for neglect. I'm backing up and catching up on the chat. Nodulista 90s said corporal punishment is similar to slavery. And Nodulista 90 said, I'm just realizing a lot about our community and the way I grew up and how most young Black folks grew up in toxicity. And Daydream 1990 said, if it weren't for my aunts and uncles and cousins, I would have died. Yeah, because I also started becoming woke through my aunt, who was the first Black lieutenant, Black woman who worked for the police department, first female Black lieutenant. Not that she was in my ear speaking disrespect about my parents, but you end up putting two and two together, what she went through and what she had complained about and her mental health. And then when you become older, you start putting the pieces of puzzles together. And then you end up going, wow, this is what she was trying to tell me. You know what I'm saying? These little pieces start coming together. And Reese's Cup says, wow. And then Daydream 1990 says, I'm just like you, Nodulista. You and I are seriously twins. Both of us are slender body size. Both of us have long hair. Both all the things you said you never done. I've also never done it. I'm so glad that you all have found each other, Nodulista 90s and Daydream 1990s. I'm so glad that you all are this kindred spirit. We all have found each other. And then Daydream 99 says, my extended family are the non toxic ones. They were more open minded and emotionally supportive than my mother. I end up learning why I took on the jobs I did throughout my life career. It was also having to, learning about helping people recover from drugs and alcohol, mental health, you know, problems that they had, learning the stages of recovery with them. And then when I learned even some things about me in their programs, how it kept me centered and helped me learn some aha moments that was going on with mental health in my mom and my dad, and understanding and identifying their history, and learning to have answers for myself, and not going for the rest of my life like, why me? So I had to really cut myself away from the indoctrination and seeing it for its truth, and understanding that the truth is not my fault. And once you could do that, then you could live with true happiness, that their truth wasn't yours. So after the lies, that they had implanted in the usury, I found out, wow, they were hustlers before I was born. You end up finding out, damn, that they taught and put into me all this good girl stuff, right? Because when I became born, it was from healthy mental parents. They were in their 20s, they were mentally stronger. When they got older, they became more mentally unhealthy. But they had me at a young age. When they got married, they waited, for a while, 6 years. They waited 2 years before they gave birth to me. So they got married in 64. I was born in 66. And back then they were younger and they were healthier. So therefore, when I came into the world, the healthy birth and genetics gave me more of a foundation of being more healthier than everybody else in my family, thank God. And me working and writing poetry and singing, and all the work I did in the gardens and in the yard and chopping wood, that saved my life. It broke my body down, but it taught me how to organize my thinking when I was alone chopping wood, when I was hanging clothes on the clothesline and ironing my dad's work shirts, or vacuuming the living room, or giving them, I was putting in the good work that helped me during the hard times remain mentally stable. Where, let's say, if others were not working, like my sisters, that they were just lazy. And that was something that really set them back because they were caught up in some entitlement. For me working gave me some good work ethics, gave me some time when I would cut the yard, that would take me all day. That during that processing of cutting the yard helped me process some healthy patterns, healthy thinking, some repeat of memorization, and what I could do to be a better person. And you see, so all that hard work also gave me stability, more stability than them. So Daydream 99 says, I'm glad I started working my 4 years ago when I was 22. And then Reese's Cup says, Rhonda, if some stuff goes down, I'm with you because you know how to grow things. And that's priceless. Thank you, Reese's Cup. Thank you. And we are with each other, right? I got you too. Yeah. If some stuff goes down, I'm with you because I know how to grow things. And that's priceless. It is. Gardening, plants. Thank you. I mean, just the idea that there's someone out there that's listening and that's willing to say something like that, what I'm saying? Nodulista 90s and Daydream 1990s and Lola and Reese's Cup, just to hear that gives you a sense of strength and security, gives you a sense of strength and security. And understand during those years, when I met my husband, he gave me a strong sense of security. And when we met, of course, I had perfect credit. My score was almost eight. Credit score is almost 800s. It almost 800 credit score. So I wasn't needy. When I met my husband, I had things established. A nice car, up happy. What I'm saying? Got my two jobs. I had a routine, and also meeting him helped elevated me in a life where I could really do some things along with my husband and travel and cook and do things that I've always wanted to do without someone breathing down my neck. So that was healing and restoring for me, and understanding also my husband and him growing up with mental health and how to address both of us holding hands together and processing things together with mental health and growing and becoming better people and dealing with obesity and identifying obesity and knowing that because we were obese, it wasn't because we were lazy. We weren't that. It's because we just totally gave up ourselves to help others. And both of us are wired so much alike. We just gave up our life to help other people. We neglected ourselves, whether it was family, or if it was in our career, or if it was helping strangers. That since we've been together, we've had the luxury to identify some things and even love each other more for being deeply flawed. To identifying those flaws and learning how to laugh about it and understand that with life comes error. And with error together, we can mend, we can grow, we can build, and we can laugh out loud and live the best remaining life that we got left. And that's what becomes so uh, beautiful and restoring and rejuvenating. That, thank you, Reese's Cup said beautiful. How we can live with loving and forgiving the ones that hurt us from afar. That we could talk about those things and knowing that we can still love them from afar, that we can identify the abuse and the neglect. That most of my life growing up, I don't really remember ever getting anything new. I did get some new things. I'm not saying they were 100% bad. And I really wasn't looking or expecting anything from my parents. That in my heart and mind that I needed to I wanted the responsibility and I didn't really want to be rewarded for it by money or clothing or anything. So I was a very, very humble child growing up. Very humbled. I understood God's grace through me learning about that on my own. That I understood the Bible um, and my interpretation um, because I was absorbing the Bible from a whole nother level, not from being obsessed, not from being cult like thinking, but I was able to identify the greatest stories through watching TV. And if it was watching Moses and Jesus, even though there could be today some things where they probably weren't all true, but still the stories help build also my confidence while being in an environment that I didn't identify as being abusive. Mm. Sounds very complicated, doesn't it? Because if I'm told that this is what I'm supposed to do and that I would go to heaven for working hard, that I would go, that I would be, hey, Mike Aldana, do you see how I respond when I see you? I really am happy. So Mike Aldana, my beautiful brother, he goes, how went the movies? So the movies went incredible, and I haven't even started really even talking about the movies and shout out. Let's do some beautiful shout outs to my family. Mike Aldana, everybody say hi to Mike Aldana. He is also, along with all of you all, Mike Aldana is a person that has also this ability to probably read me more than I can read myself. And he has a way of just tapping into those things that he knows I really, really like, like politics. And he just has this thing. He'll go like, Rhonda, do you drink your water? You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. Um, Friendship, it's a beautiful friendship of something that is so rewarding at my age, where I have missed out a lot as a child growing up because I worked so much. And these movie watch parties and going live, and people like Mike Aldana and Lola and Najalista 90s and Daydream 1990, Eric Wallace and Reese's Cup, and people, you all chiming in, helped me identify those things I'm trying to say and helps me understand. So yeah, the movies went fantastic. I started to go in and started talking about this, and then Najalis the 90s and Lola and everybody. Shout out to Lola too, has helped me just talk about some things. And the more I talk about it, the more my dreams, the more I'm able to dream. Uh, and in my dreams, it's so funny when it's not funny, kind of, but my dreams are so real. It's like my brain has had this awakening. And with this awakening, I'm able to see things play out realistically in the dream. And in the dreams, I'm always true to myself. It's like I'm not stealing, I'm not promiscuous, I'm not a cheater. You know what I'm saying? My dreams are true to me. And it ends up identifying that all of my dreams is like I'm left out in the cold. I'm taking the higher route and making decisions. When they go low, I go high. You know what I'm saying? It's like my dreams are like that too. It's like my true identity in my dreams. And I'm able to, well, it's not even I'm able to control the dream. It's like it's this display of maybe where things have been hidden and locked into a, a place to protect myself. And now the key has been opening up little windows, little windows and feeding me a little bit at a time these truths for me to digest. And I've been so happy to open up these windows to you all and let you know my journey of what I've been seeing and what I've been living and how I've identified things because I've got the toxicity out and learning how to manage new toxicity today. And even how that's made me into a better mother and a better wife, a better friend, um, a better mother of adult children. And even me identifying these things and sharing them with my daughters. And as they grow older, they even become more beautiful because they're become more uh, woman womanly and in helping me identify some things, um, and seeing them grow into full-pledged women and asking me questions now about life, about sex, about hormonal changes, about politics, racism, children, animals. It's amazing how I'm experiencing that now, um, where my daughters and I not always were on the same page, that they had some serious growing pains that could have killed me and shut me down. But somehow, just understanding, even feeling grounded and being grounded, even when it felt around me was very unstable. I still stood true with my convictions as a mom, where today they love me for it. And that's the thing, where I wasn't my daughter's friends, that if they needed a friend, I was friendly, but I let them understand that I'm mom and not to get that mixed up or twisted with the difference of friendship and a mother. That a mother's love rises above all things, you know? So as they grow older, they end up identifying it. And they sometimes will ask me, what does that mean? What, and then that gives me an opportunity to also tell them why I did what I did. That just because you was a child and you remember it this way, let me tell you the truth of what really happened. Because sometimes, most of the times, a child's truth is not the real truth. There's a bigger story with things. And so, me being even able to share the story and them listening and understanding it, it also makes sense for them too. Yes, I think people are missing that now. Yes, true. Reese's Cup and Mike Aldana says teaching moments. Yes. I mean, I remember my daughter for years resented me for going into their piggy bank and taking money out. And even though as as unimportant as that could might sound, it was very detrimental for my daughter to understand why. That comes up years later. And I had to tell her, honey, there was no food. Honey, electricity got cut off. I had to get in line with Catholic Charities and get some money, and I had to get in the food bank line and get some food. Honey, you might have thought that you had everything, baby. No. When there was food on the table, when you got shoes on your feet, I'm not trying to preach to you. It took I wrote a hot check for those new shoes you're wearing to school. That I wrote probably too many hot checks to pay the electric bill. And it got to the point where there's a warrant out for my arrest. So I got to put the money back in the bank, and I'm going to starve, but I'm going to make sure that you take my food. I don't mind not eating. I'm good. When I go to work, I'll find some free crackers and water and make some free cocoa, complimentary cocoa, you know? So they end up understanding. I'm sure I'm sure that they don't understand everything still, but it's given me an opportunity to talk about some things. The resentment that they built up, that they honed into, that was very serious for their little hearts and minds at that time, that affected them, that they can talk to me about that and I could say, oh, this is what happened. No, that's not true. That's not what happened. Your biological father probably said that, but let me tell you the truth. You know why his wife made you stay outside in 100-degree weather and then brought you back home with stained clothes. Undergarments were stained because of neglect. That what you thought was fun, that it was things I had to wash and clean up. You see? So, my story is just beginning. I'm learning right now how to put it in order. And still it's overwhelming because it's a lot. 58 years, it's a lot. How I rose above and always had to be the moral compass. Everybody else was falling apart in my family. I had to be the one to hold my mother when she broke down, and I was okay with that, with my mother crying. I was okay with that. It was kind of strange, maybe overwhelming, and maybe it wasn't my place. But back then, I understood it, that I had to be that person to hold my mother when she felt bad, or when she felt not worthy, or when she cried, or if she hit me and she would say, I'm sorry, and she cried. And at that moment, I believed her and forgave her immediately. Just when she did it again, it surprised me because I would tell her, I forgive you, thinking it would never happen again. And it would happen again. Even if it was a year difference, still, when you're violently hit or spoken to in that way, then you learn to realize that she was fighting a bigger demon that I couldn't understand until I got much older. That I started identifying those demons that they came with a diagnosis for her, that they came with medication that wasn't available for Black people, especially Black women, that insurance didn't cover pre-existing conditions, especially mental health, that later that she was taking, her Native American home remedies, her African home remedies to help with mental health. If it was aloe vera tea, if it was boiled okra tea, if it was blueberry tea, things that she had used on the farm to help remedy mental health. And I'm not making excuses for her. It's just when I got older and when I got smarter, I had to remove myself from the cult, right? And the cult like thinking. And when I removed myself, then I got threats and harassment and stalking when I pulled away. And I started finding a safe place for me. Is why it was so important for me to create this channel, because I understand what safe places mean. Hiding away from a man who threatened my life, who I used to be married to, and filing a divorce didn't mean that I was going to burn in hell. That I could choose when to forgive and when to not forgive. I had to learn that. And what was amazing, it wasn't hard to learn. It wasn't hard to identify. Once I was given a safe place to identify it, and once I identified it, then I could resolve. I could find resolve. I found out when internet started in my life, and yes, I was born before the internet. I know I heard that California had access to internet years and years and years and years before it was accessible to everybody, right? California was way ahead of us. But the internet that I became familiar with was in the 90s, right? After my kids were born, and that was 1994, I started becoming introduced to internet. And even Google searches and information wasn't that great. I mean, today it's incredible, right? The resources. But back then it wasn't that great. But what I have found out in the 90s for me um, was that I wasn't alone. So um, Reese's Cup says, Rhonda, these are the conversations that the younger generation doesn't understand. And the time and progress was different. And the solution and our coping mechanism is different too. Um, yes, it is true. And I've heard the younger generation called Gen Xers damaged. No, just different. Yes. Very, very different. Being a mother of the 90s. Okay. I had two of my babies in the 90s. Um, I had a 2-year-old with this man I was married to, and I got a divorce when I was pregnant with my second. So when I was pregnant with his child and divorcing, my parents looked at me as an outcast. I was ashamed to the family name because number one, I filed a divorce. Number two, I chose to be a single parent. I chose not to raise my kids under that roof with him because he was a god awful person that probably I can't even say what he did because of respect to my daughters, right? So, but I can say that it was enough for me to get out of that. And my parents knew this about him and still blamed me for um, making those decisions to end my marriage. So they wanted to coddle him, and I wasn't going to live with that. So they held that against me because I made decisions, you know. So Mike Aldana says we were brought up differently when it comes to these future generations. Absolutely. Reese's Cup said absolutely. And what I'm so beautifully amazed with, you have people like um, Nodulus the 90s and Daydream 1990. They're in their 20s and they're so proud to be subscribers and to be here in my space and our space together when we could talk about these things, and they're listening to me and I listen to them, and that we have things that are in common no matter of the age, but some things that are aha moments um, for them and for me. In the 1990s, I was judged harshly for being pregnant because they said I had my children out of wedlock. Even though today women are lifted up for being mothers not married, mothers that are single parent mothers. In the 90s, what I did was harshly frowned upon, even though both my kids came from the same baby daddy and I was married. But what was held against me because I filed a divorce and raised my kids without their sperm donor, because that's all he was. Um, I'm not angry about that. I have to say, I'm proud that I was strong enough to make a decision back then that was uncommon, was very uncommon in the 90s for a mother. It was during a time when we were introduced to me, myself, and I. It was a time where it was popular for a woman to fight that she didn't need a man. It has nothing to do with men today. It has nothing to do with that. It was women finding an identity because we were programmed that we were nothing by ourselves. That back then in my day, being an adult mother, a single parent mother in the 90s, that banks weren't approving renting with just one signature, that we could not get a credit card with just our signature, that we could not get a car without a man co-signing for us to get a car or a loan or a house. That when I went to get food stamps, when I lost my job, and lost my car, and lost my house, where the worker at Department Human Services said what I was driving, that I was married to a drug dealer. And it was a car at that time before I lost my car. It was a car that I could afford. And it was a Montero Mitsubishi car. And the worker said that I had that car because I was married to a drug dealer. And she put me in the same box openly with how she judged other Black young women. And so I ended up writing the state a formal letter, and she was fired. No, they didn't tell me they fired her. I ended up hearing that through the grapevine. They fired her for that. But imagine how many women out there were judged by someone who worked for Department of Human Services with the power of the pen in their hand, who could determine you eligible for assistance just by what you drove, just by the things you had in your house, by you just being pregnant and not married, which they didn't believe that both my children were by the same man and that I was married, but I had a reason to divorce when I was pregnant. And those are things I had to answer before the Department of Human Services. Those questions, they're not supposed to say or ask you that today, but back then they asked you those questions. And they had the power to determine you eligible for food stamps. You see? So, again, I want to reread. Mike Aldana says millennials tend to be more career driven and less focused on getting married and having families. Yes. And Reese's Cup says, Mike, I don't think they know how to have a traditional relationship if they weren't raised in a traditional home. But I think that's sad. It is very different. Uh, it is. Them not knowing how to identify with what the 90s mother went through. That people like Hillary Clinton and Oprah were game changers for single women in the 90s. Regardless if you disagree with Bill Clinton or not, the language that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in their campaigns were identifiable for women of all colors who were single parents, who were hardworking parents that were forced in a box by other people to judge us. That because I had a big belly, I was judged for just being a hoe, that I was screwing around and just having a bunch of babies. And that wasn't my case. So we end up learning later that as a woman, you have a right to make decisions for your body. That Planned Parenthood isn't the Planned Parenthood that the Republican Party is force feeding a lot of women or people or a lot of media. That we have a lot of intelligent people, thank God, because of the internet, that people can research for the lies and research for truths and research the truth about women in the 90s and suppression and oppression and how women in the 90s, if you were a secretary, how making coffee and making copies was your freaking job. And if you didn't serve your boss coffee, that you could get fired. Now bosses are making their own coffee. That bosses of executive status are making their own copies. That women are changing their own oil and are certified welders. That you're not supposed to ask a woman or let her or counsel her food stamp qualifications because what she drove, she had to have been married to a drug dealer. Do you know when I got my first OBGYN exam, I was a virgin before I got married, before I had kids. My mother had encouraged me to go to an OBGYN. Let me tell you this story. I was 18 years old. I was hired right out of high school, and I worked for an executive staff because my teacher taught me great business skills, college courses when I was in the 7th grade through 12th grade. So she taught me college courses in business. So back then, teachers prepared you for the future. So in the 7th grade, I was taught business skills. So that means when I graduated 18 years old, I had skills, business skills as a college student because college wasn't available for people like me, especially in a rural town. So I ended up getting a job for this staff. And anyway, that means I had medical health insurance. And my mother had encouraged me that I need to go to an OBGYN at my age. So I didn't understand. And plus, it wasn't available out there that you had options back then to get a woman OBGYN. It wasn't optional. So I had a male, a black man OBGYN. And I filled out my paperwork to be a new patient for this doctor, OBGYN, who happened to be black. Learning years later, me being black, I was referred to black doctors. Okay? Okay. Maybe Asian. Maybe some Asian descent also. So when I filled out the paperwork, he called me into his office and nothing happened sexually. I'll start off with that so we won't be building up unnecessary anticipation with this conversation, okay? So nothing sexual happened. However, give me some lemon candy because my throat is cracking. Been live 2 hours and 18 minutes. He had a one-on-one meeting. Back then, it wasn't 2 people giving my OBGYN exam. So We went in the meeting first before my OBGYN exam. He looked at my paperwork and he goes, I was 19. I was 19 or 20. He goes, you never had sex before? I go, no, I'm a virgin. He goes, you're not a virgin. He looked at me from head to toe. You're definitely not no virgin. Right there, I felt so effing degraded to, for him to have that conversation. Now remember, this is the 1984, 85, 86. This was 1986. I was 19, around that age. 86, 87, 88. Let's say the 80s, right? Made me very scared because the first time I'm having a pap smear, I've never been put in that, lying down on my back in a position like that. Scared to death. Me not knowing any better, but understand this is the 80s too, that he asked me that and he told me that. And he made me feel like I was nothing. Believe it or not, I went ahead and moved forward with the OBGYN visit. Maybe because I was traumatized, I blacked out everything that happened after that. I don't even remember the exam. Being honest with you, I don't remember the exam. Today, I don't. But I did remember him asking me or telling me, you're no virgin. Not looking like that, not that age. So the thing is like the acceptance back then. What was accepted? What people got away with in those jobs? I knew back then. I told my mother what happened. Long story short, he was investigated years later. Maybe 10 years later, 20 years later, he was investigated for assaulting women in his doctor's office, sexually assaulting a lot of women. He was well off. He was married, had children, a big ass, beautiful brick home, had all of this, and found out that he was charged with aura women because he felt he can get away with it. Being in the country, suppressed girls, not having an outlet. Sick situation. Whatever he didn't do with me, obviously, maybe my presentation, maybe how I spoke, discouraged him from going any further with me. I'm blessed, and I'm not saying the others weren't blessed. I'm just saying I was really blessed. Because obviously he knew I wasn't his type that he felt he could prey upon, you know? Yeah. So Mike Aldana says assumptions, unprofessional, but you didn't know. And Reese's Cupset and his clientele. And Mike Aldana says using his position as I mean a power over others. And I share this with people because I just don't hear these kinds of conversations. I'm not saying that nobody's having these conversations. I'm just saying, and maybe because how I speak and how I deliver, maybe my messaging is different. And maybe people are noticing that, you know? Maybe some conversations people didn't have with their mothers. Maybe people's mothers out there maybe were on drugs, maybe alcohol, maybe didn't were dysfunctional and it happened. And I'm not saying all black families were dysfunctional because my black family in that time, how we lived was the high standard. When I was in the 6th grade, my dad had a beautiful brick house built, 3 bedroom. Was it back in the day? It wasn't heard of someone black in this rural area having 50 acres and a brick house. So, you know, having something so different than everybody else, my parents continuously reminded me of how fortunate I was, probably had me to identify how much more educated my family was, maybe helped me understand how more privileged I was, but also they worked me and treated me with sparks of things that were absolutely unhealthy. Even for that time. So the abuse and the neglect and the verbal abuse and the physical and all these things just doesn't apply based upon the complexion, heritage, culture, educational background. In most of the most poorest homes, you can have the best parents. You have the best education. Jimmy Carter was raised very poor. He just got his life together, right? And made something out of himself through hard work, right? So the foundation I was living around was really being raised like someone um, from the 60s on past. And with my mom and dad knowing my great grandparents, which were my great great grandparents, having that influence and them putting that in their way of parenting. So there was a lot of good times that was good, but what put the nail on the coffin was how I end up being woke and how they did me direct because I wouldn't stay in the cult circle, that I went out of that religion cell. I stepped outside of that family curse that I can see the great benefits of their parenting. And I can understand the sacrifices they made. that I can identify that and be mature enough to understand that there was probably more great times than bad. Trust that. Family reunions were great. Grandparents' experiences were great. Church life was great. But even though there were some really toxic times, even one time is too much. So it was more than one. It happened every year, you know? Even if it's out of 365 days in a year, let's say one thing happened once a year. That's 18 years being at home. That means 18 times something bad happened to me. That's too much. And that's not including the passive aggressiveness. And that's not including the verbal abuse, manipulation, brainwashing. So I end up feeling rejuvenated, like I have a second chance in my 50s, learning how to get a U-Haul truck, pack my ish, and leave with no regrets, and starting over a new life like I was a teenager, an adult with rights, and starting over. And knowing that my work life balance has built equity in me, that all of this outside learning of life outside of the circle developed me along the way. That thank God I wasn't in a cage or trapped or in a basement, that I was still let out and got somebody else in my ear that I believed in that helped save me. So, a predator knows his prey. You didn't respond the way he was used to. Exactly. Recess cup, you said it. And Mike Aldana says, some things are better left unsaid. So that was invigorating for me. And I hope it was as invigorating for you all who was able to identify, how you look, your long hair, being judged based upon your hair, Nodulista 90s and Daydream 1990, and how discrimination and abuse has come because of their hair and their experiences today, that it's different, but not so different. It's like the things that you're discriminated or we are discriminated against by, now it's all races. It's not just Black people. It's all races. And the reason for that, because if we have people who are white, they have become allies for others, and they have become outspoken for other races that have made them an outcast by their own loved ones. That you have people that are renewing their lives. I mean, can people judge sitting in the comfort of their home what happened to Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck? Are we going by what people are writing and we're believing what they say? Do we understand, because they're celebrities, do we really understand the true story. Because understand, television and writers have a way of displaying what's not true. We don't know what other people are going through. We have no idea. And most of the times, it's nothing like what the newspaper says. If people still read newspapers, I'm telling my age. I'm subscribed to a newspaper here where I live because it's a small town. And I want to keep up on what the politics are and new little small funky ass restaurants and hole in the wall businesses that turn churches into a fried chicken place or turned Sonic into a old family owned hamburger restaurant, or the gas station now serves fried fish. That's big news here. Big news. But to understand what's going on in these neighboring areas, what are they talking about? What, even though I don't believe everything, for the gist of it, you got to like kind of use different forms of where you're at. You use the news form that is used. Reese's is laughing. For real, right? For real, for real. Thank you for allowing me to share with you my life. And I guess I got 33% battery, and I did want to talk some more about this movie that I played today. Because I think it also opens up some things for me when it comes to even being able to open up my mind um, and allowing my mind to heal and communicate. Because what happened by my parents and things like that gave me a really bad setback when it came to communicating. And I used to struggle with reading and writing. And so doing these movies have been very therapeutic for me. And talking and having a channel has been much bigger than I could probably ever put to words. But let me try. Let me try to put it to words. It wasn't my interest to have a channel to see if I can become rich. I knew I had to comply to the laws of YouTube and get to 1,000 members or 4,000 watch hours to become eligible for monetization. Monetization wasn't really the butter I needed to put on my bread. You know what I'm saying? You feeling me? Y'all know I'm from Texas. It wasn't all things. It was for me to reach a goal and win. To say, you know what, I can do this. And that age wasn't going to be something that could discourage me. That I can do this. And so becoming a part of the YouTube partnership program, it was such a really hard test because one thing I had to learn for myself is patience. And I remember my mother-in-law and my grandmother down south, which I'm south now, I'm living south. They both taught me a higher art of understanding patience. That patience wasn't just what I had thought patience was. Patience for me was actually living through the process of putting patience in action when you are at your lowest in life and seeing if you can rise above all. And that's how I was able to identify it. It wasn't, oh, I'm going to learn about patience when this everything's just so perfect. But when I'm feeling I'm at my lowest, how can I use patience and still a positive light? So when there were so many times when I thought I wasn't complying, or I learned that such and such was saying this and it was wrong, or when such and such was saying that and it was right, it taught me how to use my brain and learn what was a good fit for me, and learn that not what everybody else was saying fits me and my ideas, that I still had to depend on my free belief system of creativity, of leaning on my originality, the learning process, and being patient, even when it seems like nothing was going to work. That believing in something with complete, when you're in complete doubt, is what having a YouTube channel would do for you. Not for hustling for the highest number of subscribers, because that is a very big misconception. That when you learn the analytics, and I've said this before, when you learn it, be patient, because it's a lot to learn and you have to learn it a little bit at a time, and you have to really understand that your learning process is going to switch, and it's going to always be some growth spurts. That's just how it's made. And whoever invented YouTube and this dynamic of YouTube were such complete freaking genius, because what they did basically is put everything that is in physical motion into the at your fingertips, into a YouTube channel, on how to communicate, on how to process things, on how to learn, how to parlay, how to, it's like everything that's physical in life, they put it in a form, the same kind of techniques in YouTube. So if you have if you ground it pretty good, you have some good standards about yourself, some good independent thinking, some belief system in you, then you're going to be able to succeed and appreciate something bigger than monetization and money and subscriber numbers. Because where the money is in the analytics is something that's authentic, like it's in the Bible. And I'm not trying to get preachy. Authenticity, creativity, using yourself as unique skills, and being able to communicate that in a way where people will enjoy listening to you. If they're at work, if they're at home, if they're suffering with mental health, if they're overcoming grief, if they're a caregiver on the job and they can't sleep at night, but they can be up and listen to what I have to say. Maybe I can make your shift feel faster. Maybe I can make it where when you get off work, you can't wait to see what Rhonda posted on her YouTube channel. It just gives you that extra umph. You know what I'm saying? That uh, uh, You know what I'm saying? That little, that hope, that little fire. That is what I don't know if I'm seeing my okay, look like it's starting back up. There seems to be some stalling in my sorry about that. Has something to do with me in the country, and sometimes it could be a bird that kind of pooped on an electrical line. It's kind of being moody right now. So hopefully you all can be patient as the internet goes through its little wrinkle part, making me look wrinkly, and you could kind of hear me talk. A delay, yeah. I'm cleaning out my things too. There could be a delay and stuff. It's just, a bird, a bat, a wild bat probably pooped on an electrical line. Infrastructure needs to be upgraded here in the country. So if you see the delay and you see those hiccups, it's just if you miss something, you want me to repeat it, I'll do that. But it's just the nature of dependent on these, incredible genius electric messaging through the air. It could be a little storm coming in. It's just how things are. So I'm going to be back because I do want to incorporate, by having a watch party and watching what we watched today. And also to talk about it, and you'll be able to hear it and see it. And I did post a link if you all want to click into that movie we watched earlier to watch alone with my reaction and me basically talking about Lon Chaney Jr., who was famous for his acting in The Indestructible Man, and how when he was a baby, he stopped breathing, and his dad took him out into the cold and dipped his body into a frozen pond to bring him back to life because he had stopped breathing. He turned what he describes totally black and blue. It talks about how we can identify with a lot of these actors and actresses and what they went through and understand some history of these movies and what they meant to people's psyche when it comes to War of the Worlds and the dramatization of an all-star cast in the first movie that I'm going to play. While you get to see it here, you also get to hear it very clearly, and you're going to hear me talking about it, my reaction to some things, and as we play along and probably see some antique things that we don't see today, and cars and radios and communication, how War of the Worlds had a strong influence on turning this country upside down. And so it's a dramatization that Orson Welles is not in this, but it gives a dramatization on how it was aired. Not let's see, how it was through radio actually, how so you can see how people felt and reacted and responded. And then the next movie is the Indestructible Man, which in real life, Lon Chaney Jr. had a very bad alcohol problem in real life, and how he just, we're going to talk about how he bumped heads with a lot of his producers and directors and his co-actors and actresses, and how he just didn't get along well with others. At the same time, the great things that he was able to do. And we're going to talk about the narrator of the first part, which is a Tremble. Is talking about um, what trembled America, the Night America Trembled, and how the guy who is actually um, narrating is a guy back then was politically extreme. And my husband said he remembered that man's name. We're going to talk about him and how they have an all-star cast. Warren Beatty, um, Ernest, is it Ernest Aston, just a whole lot of people. I'll be giving you official names as we go through and be able to identify. But the guy who's a narrator was really big on just anybody who thought different was a part of the Communist Party. And you know how they were when you were someone who was for the people, they called you back then communist. And they would write you off as a crime. Well, in real life, this guy was destructive. I mean, he makes Fox News look like a kindergarten ABC channel that's teaching you your one, two, threes. He was way before the extremist things that are happening in politics, but he's a narrator. He was known for his voice and his cadence and how he spoke. But it also understand back then how people spoke had an influence back then. How you look and how you talked, you were judged by that. And so he had a strong following, even though he was very intimidating by people who were thinkers unlike him, who didn't think like him. And we could talk about that some more about this guy and his pulverizing real life attitude. And while we enjoy watching and having some live reaction through your text and your post, and hopefully when you're at work, this can make your job not feel so much like you're at work, that you do have a way of getting away. So there's a lot of stall here in my internet. I'm sorry, I want to apologize for that ahead of time. It has happened a lot in my other lives, and I've just had to work along with it. And maybe we can do like they did back in the day when it came to, not having the visual, but you can hear my voice, like on the Night America Trembled. They didn't have visuals. They had this radio and they had a way of portraying their messaging. And maybe you all probably have to deal with that until the visuals kind of work out its kinks. And I'm going to go to the powder room because your girl has been here 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 43 seconds and counting. Welcome to Rhonda's Lovely Sparks. Thank you so much for being here. I am a night owl and I'm going to chime in just a minute, but I'm going to step away just for a second, a couple of minutes to go to the powder room, and I'll be back. I'm going to be back to finish doing my hair while we talk about half my hair is done and half my hair is not. And here's Mother, everybody. Mother is here. Mother is here. Here's Mother. Hello, baby. This is a kitty cat Mother. Yes, this sweet little baby. This is Mother. This is Mother, y'all. Here's Mother. She go meow 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 meow. This is sweet Mother. She's the queen of all the cats. Yes, she is. The sweet Mother. She got her toes spread, so maybe she wants me to put her down. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Meow. My goddaughter says meow. Meow, little kitty cat, meow. Meow. I have some peaches too that I'm going to eat. I have some water I have to drink when I come back. I'll be back where I could talk about this movie too. And feel free to check out the replays of the others called Rhonda's Journey. I'm getting up. I'll be right back. I'll get me some ice. I'll be right back. Getting me some ice. Okay, I made it back. I went and powdered my nose, washed my hands. So, while I turn this on, of course, we can chat about whatever you all want to chat about in the chat room. So I'm not the kind of person that controls the chat room. I like multitasking. I am left-handed. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. I don't know. I heard left hands are geniuses. I mean, I don't know. That's what I just heard, but whatever. Being ambidextrous, multitasking can do like several things at one time. But me too, Rhonda. I agree. So we can still, which means we can still carry on in the chat room. If y'all want to talk about politics, we'll have this playing in the background while we're talking, and while I'm watching and restudying this movie, because I like studying and remembering the movies that I play. What's important to me is that also it's good for me therapeutic when it comes to memory. When it comes to my own personal therapy, and hopefully it could just relax someone else out there, where you all could tune in and not feel like you're by yourself. You have someone here that you're close to, that it feels like you're close to home or something familiar, and doesn't make the job seem so stressful, things like that. So I know how it feels because I've been in the workforce my whole life. I'm not saying I know everything that you all are going through, but I can try, to identify. I could try my best. Okay, so we got things where I'm going to be doing my hair. If I see you, I'll say something in chat. Of course, I'm going to, chime in and we can have conversations. I know it's a lot of stuff that has went down in politics. Oh my gosh, it's like all day, every day. Midas Touch has been posting something like every 3 hours, all night long. Midas Touch got some breaking news on something crazy. And I haven't watched politics all day today, and I can't wait to catch up on it. But I can't keep up with it. I've been trying. Okay, let's start this on play. And again, I embrace what's going on in the chat room. It's just being able to, play something in the background while we're here still talking, and also, inspiring, encouraging, engaging with you all if you want. And we're going to play this and see what we got going on.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house?
Just to tell you a little bit, too, on the intro, that I've stayed up many nights trying to learn how to do new things. And I remember when I started this movie idea, it was inspired for me and my husband to bond together even more closer, especially during COVID. We can have still date nights, by ourselves. And since we love watching movies, we're like, well, wow, we could just invite family from around the country. My husband is away from a lot of his family who live in Patterson, New Jersey. And plus my daughters and my grandkids will pop in and say hi, so it just opens up room and space for engagement. Plus the cherry on top is meeting new people. And then also with ASMRs, I still do that. I have a big library of ASMR videos that helps are visually medicinal for everybody. Don't have to have mental health. All of us has ish that we go through that can get. If you have feelings, you have mental health. So if you get upset, if you get angry, if you got anxiety on the job, someone's breathing down your neck, someone ran to your car, took off, didn't pay for it, prices of groceries are high, and people, politicians are lying, then if you got an emotion to something, then guess what? It increases anxiety. So I also have material here that I provide that's medicinal that even keeps your mind and body healthy too. It keeps the maintenance. So when I started this, I created a there's original film out there that has like vintage film with drive-in, intro like you see here that you hear here. And what I've done with that is that I found some footage and some clippings and some Jiffy Giphy, they call it Jeffy. Think it's pronounced like I always remember they say, well, it's like peanut butter, Jeffy, Jiffy peanut butter. It's called Jiffy. And I go to websites and I find some moving pictures and I find some material that's free of copyright. And I put my creative juices together to incorporate things that I feel, especially the first 30 seconds. I really feel it's important to incorporate a lot of something that is entertaining. I don't wanna sit there for 30 seconds and have nothing important, even though sometimes my first 30-second lives is a test for me because I'll say something like, "Jif peanut butter?" Yeah, so I think they said you pronounce Giphy, Jiffy, 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 Jiffy peanut butter, so Jiffies, which is like the little moving short pictures, it's like a couple seconds. And I find these creative things that are free, that are copyright free. And so I've added some things. I put my husband and I in a cartoon. I do some animations too that I'll start back up since football season's back. So I always have like some football stuff where my husband and I always are in conflict because he's a Giants fan and I'm a Cowboys fan. So I always put some animated things that have me and Andre. It's just for fun. And but it's real idea. So we do bump heads a lot when it comes to our teams. Um, and then also just putting together, and then I grow. And if I say, wow, this has become more than 30 seconds of some hot stuff, let me find some more creative stuff without taking away from the meat and potatoes of the original film. So if you notice when I produce this, it's you hear the voice, but you'll see some upgraded footage like, there's some black people that is getting snacks and they're fighting over the snack counter. And then you have like this boy that's there and he's like trying to gobble down some hot dogs, and it's just some current stuff without taking away from, the original context of this great vintage film. So, and plus I work on transitions. So with the transitions, um, I work on transitions that can pull you to the next film without it being choppy. So I want it smooth and it just pulls in like how I'm talking to you now. I want my movies to look like it's easy to understand that what I'm saying to you went through the moving pictures, that I didn't lose you. That what I'm providing to you is something that flows beautifully and builds intrigue where it doesn't lose you, but at the same time, I've captivated you and I've earned your respect to stay. So it's a lot that I put in here. I did learn this on my own. No one has been giving me advice on how to run the channel. I do get uh, my husband is when I ask him questions, he has a lot of great knowledge in helping me with the channel. And I've had a lot of people who support me when it comes to people who own own channel, which I've identified in the community tab. But as far as learning the logistic work, and when it comes to my originality and my creative style, it comes from past experiences, from working for the newspaper, for working for a famous person who used to be a boxer, and bringing my skills into play and using things and learning new things at my age, and just upgrading some skill sets I've already had, and putting my ideas and things. It's very important for me to be able to identify that I've done this on my own. At the same time, the inspiration and the growth, I reward everyone for helping me in a loving way. That, because of you being my muse and my inspiration, has really opened my eyes and inspired me to dig in deeper, to be able to talk and commentate, be a commentator, and being able to share my ideas about things. Um, Sometimes things don't come out correct. So where I mean to say one thing, then something else will say something, and it's, oh my God, I didn't mean to say that. But I think you all understand my flow, where you know what I mean, and it kind of leaves it up to you to kind of, I'm not Fox News, so I'm not going to be like a type of people that would just put some BS out there and mislead you and let you find your way through the media. No, my heart is always being correct, and no disinformation or misinformation and lies. So if it actually comes out a little bit different, it's not because it's intentional, So just want to say that. But I'll just kind of give you an idea of my inspiration and why I've come a long way and why I'm up right now. It's like 2:23 a.m. here in Texas. So I stay up naturally, up all night. I'm critiquing, I'm studying, um, and learning how to be more creative and entertaining. So here we go.
Press? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are.
Thank
We
you,
just
Reese's
want
Cup.
you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble. A gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. So you'll see like those little clippings there. Feel free to tour the channel and become familiar, because the channel, my YouTube channel, has a lot to offer. And sometimes people just stick with what they're familiar with and what they have time to see. But once you dig in a little deeper, you'll find out that it has a big appetite, without me getting so lost. Probably has something to do with me being left-handed and me using my left brain and my right brain and all these creative juices I have. Both my parents are artists too. They both graduated from Kansas City Art Institute, and they're just incredible artists. So I picked up a lot of my artistry too, as far as the kinship part of the flow and stuff when they were more healthier times. They're just wonderful artists. I also wanted to give some information, a little bit about the movie and what we're getting into watching the first movie. And I'll probably be here for another 2 hours. Well, at least 3 hours I will be here. And I wanted to give some more insight as to what we're getting into, which is the Night America Trembled. And I like reading because there's a lot to remember. I don't want to put on myself to try to remember everything when I could just read from on here. But it's just going to be just a short bit of like probably 60 seconds of just giving an intro of what we're getting involved in so you all can understand. But it's called The Night America Trembled.
Um, and it's not the movie War of the Worlds. I'm going to dim my light a little bit because it's nighttime and this bright light, we're just going to make it more not so bright. But the Night of America Trembled is a television dramatization. Dramatization means it's giving you an idea of how things looked back in the day while they were on air, talking about when the radio broadcasted in 19 that aired September 9, 1957, The War of the Worlds. And it's a television dramatization of the public reaction to the 1938 radio broadcast of The War of the Worlds. Okay, that ended up airing September 9, 1957. Okay, let's get this correct. It's the reaction, dramatization of the public reaction, because there was not TV back then, it was just radio. So they're giving you an idea of what it looked like. This is in 1938 of the 1938 radio broadcast. Then The War of the Worlds aired September 9, 1957. It's an episode of the CBS series called Westinghouse Studio One. And what you will see, Westinghouse back in the day, um, I'm kind of familiar with it. Didn't know a lot about Westinghouse because I think my parents used more of like General Electric products, maybe. But Westinghouse obviously got into movies. And throughout this movie, you will see them promoting washer and dryers, state of the art new washer and dryers and things like that back in the day. And then it talks about how the film it centers on the panic that's created when the Mercury Theater on the Air presented a radio adaptation of an 1897 H.G. Wells science fiction novel, The War of the Worlds, in spite of many pre broadcast promotions describing the play and several statements during the program itself. The 1938 broadcast, which featured simulated news reports, was taken seriously by a number of listeners who thought an actual Martian invasion of Earth was taking place and reacted in a doomsday fashion. Um, I'm going to highlight a little bit of the cast, which is an all star cast. The Westinghouse show's cast featured Alexander Scourby and Ed Asner, who's credited as Edward Asner, as members of the radio studio cast, as well as Vincent Gardenia as a barroom patron engaging in conversations about Hitler. Warren Oates and Warren Beatty also appeared in early career television roles as poker playing college students. And also James Coburn, who is credited as James Coburn, portraying a young father, appeared in his television debut. And John Aston also appeared uncredited as a newspaper reporter. So full of star cast, fully full of stars. Um, I am going to post also if people want to watch it as I'm talking. Here is the link to the movie that aired earlier today at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. And I'm going to start playing it right now where I could do reaction and just talk about my thoughts as the movie is played, which I'm going to start now.
Come back soon.
I do also my own thumbnails. All those thumbnails are made by me. I'm going to dim the lights.
Westinghouse. Westinghouse Studio One. Out of 70 years of leadership in research, out of the vision of America's most advanced engineers, out of the widest kind of experience in electrical manufacturing, come products for home, farm, and industry that bear this respected mark. This mark of quality, the mark of Westinghouse. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Warning. Poisonous black smoke pouring in from Jersey marshes. Reaches South Street. Gas masks useless. Urge population to move into open spaces. Automobiles use Route 7, 23, 24. Avoid congested areas. Smoke now spreading over Raymond Boulevard.
Hey.
2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ, New
He
York.
rode off the road.
Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone?
Listening to this
2X2L.
radio broadcast drove a lot of people crazy.
This is the result of panic. The blind, unreasoning terror of men who run and do not truly know what they are fleeing. And this is the factual story of such a panic. Good evening. I'm Ed Murrow. And this is the story of the night America trembled. It was October 30th, 1938. A night rather like other October nights in other years, except for perhaps two factors. First, it was a year in which the nations of the world, at peace for almost 20 years, had recently seen shattered their comfortable illusion of security. 2,000 miles away, across an ocean now realized to be no longer a safeguard against invasion, the arrogant demands of a power-hungry dictator had short weeks before forced haughty Britain and proud France to agree to the humiliating peace of Munich. Thus, point one, that world events had left men shaken and unsure, hence open to emotional attack against their reason, against their intelligence, and their logic. Point two is somewhat harder to accept, but it's equally valid. It can be traced back countless centuries, beyond civilized mankind's reasoned fear of war, to primitive man's instinctive terror of the great unknown. For October 30th was that mysterious night when dark tradition tells us fiends and demons walk the winds of the world. The one night of the year when even sensible men believe that almost anything can happen. The eve of Halloween, 1938. And in a radio studio of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York City, the actors and staff of the Mercury Theater on the air were putting the final touches to what was frankly a terror tale, which was to go on the air within a few short minutes. We see them now in the final moments of rehearsal with their director.
There's Edward Asner right there at the door.
Page 19, that hissing, humming sound, I'd like you to mix in the hum a little bit faster and build it more than you did the dress. Can you do it? Okay, I'll do it. Okay, let's try it. Phillips?
19?
Yeah,
I got it.
about here.
Yeah. The captain and two policemen advanced with something in their hands. Yes, I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole, the flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means... Wait!
Wait, something's happening. A humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against the mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from that mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Good Lord, they're turning to flame.
Well, that ought to scare the daylights out of them. It does me, and I've been rehearsing it for hours.
You never can tell. Radio listeners are pretty blasé now. Bill?
Yes.
The sequence where you're calling old stations, the CQ call.
Page 28?
Yeah. Now, Bill got a shade more. You think you're the last man alive on Earth, so let's have a little more desperation, huh?
I don't want to ham it up.
Well, it's pure fantasy. Play with all the stops out, okay?
Okay. All right.
15 minutes?
Right.
Okay. All right, everybody, take 10. Positions at 7:55.
In October of 1938, the Columbia Broadcasting System radio network consisted of 110 affiliated stations in 44 states. There was practically no sizable community in America which could not be reached by CBS broadcasts. Thus, from Maine to California and from Canada to the Gulf, listeners were tuned to the Mercury Theater on that fateful night. In the eastern United States, the area closest to the scene of fictitious peril, reaction was most vivid and violent. However, it should be remembered that in their behavior, these Easterners were not unique. Everywhere, emotions and reactions were the same. Panic struck universally out of the dark but peaceful sky on a night that began quietly enough.
Mother, that's Bob. Will you let him in, please? Hello, Bob.
Good evening, Miss Morgan.
Come on in. Murray will be down in a minute.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Morgan. Hello, Bob. Nice out?
Yes, sir. It's swell.
Getting chilly?
No, it's just right. Perfect football weather.
You see the game yesterday?
You bet I did. 14-0.
Pretty good team this year, huh?
7th in the national ratings. We ought to be first, too. We haven't even been scored on yet.
Those 7 Iron Dukes. Think they'll make the Rose Bowl?
Well, I'll tell you, I think if we can get by Syracuse and Pitt, we got a good
Hi,
chance.
Bob.
Hi there.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay. We got plenty of time. Second show doesn't start for an hour.
Oh, where are we going?
I thought maybe the alto,
Oh, what's playing there?
Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire and Carefree. You seen it?
No, but I'd love to. Good night, Dad.
Bob, don't keep her out too late. No, sir.
Good night, Mom. Good night, dear. Night, Bob.
Good night, Miss Morgan.
What's on tonight, Dad?
What time is it?
Oh, getting on to 8.
CBS, the Mercury Theater, NBC, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy. I like him. Let's listen to that.
Yeah, you know, you take now a punk like this Hitler, all spit and polish, the mob yell him hail every time he wipes his nose. A guy like him don't raise an army just for the fun. Mark my words, there's going to be trouble. Maybe even sooner than you think.
Hitler's just a big bag of wind.
Oh, I don't know about that now. Phyllis. He already grabbed Austria and Czechoslovakia, ain't he? Now he's got his eye on Poland.
A big bag of wind. Everybody made the mistake was they never should have buckled under him from the beginning. If they just told him to go jump in the lake, well, what could he do? Huh? France on the west, Russia on the east, Mussolini in the south. He can't move a muscle in any direction.
Yeah, he could go up.
Oh,
Yeah, hit all of a sudden from the air anywhere he likes. America. America? Sure, why not?
oh, I'd like to see him try to bomb this country.
Yeah, you maybe, but not me. Because he just might get away with it. I don't want to be nowhere around when the bomb starts falling.
You know, you sound like them Europeans. They're all too yellow to call us bluff.
Yellow, what do you mean yellow, huh?
Well, I just said...
Yeah, I
they're
heard
all
what you
too-
said. You think I'm yellow, is that it?
Now, wait a minute.
Come on.
He didn't
Now,
mean
let
you.
go of me. How about that? You think I'm yellow?
Now, look, you two, I don't want no trouble here.
Lay off, will you? I didn't mean you. I just meant anybody who won't stand up and fight for his country.
Yeah. I'll fight for my country, same as the next guy. Don't think nothing different, huh?
Da da da
babysitter?
I imagine.
Good.
What's your hurry? It's not 8 yet.
Well, I'm hungry.
Oh, thirsty, you mean.
Evening, Mrs. Chandler. I'm not late, am I?
No, Millie, right on time.
Is the baby in bed?
Mm-hmm. And asleep. You remember when to feed him?
Yes, ma'am. 10 o'clock.
Right. The bottle's in the refrigerator. You remember how to warm it up?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I left milk and sandwiches in the refrigerator, too. So help yourself. We won't be gone too long.
I'll be all right, Mrs. Chandler. I brought my homework, so I've got plenty to do till you get back.
Yeah, well, hold down the fort, Millie.
We'll be at the country club. I left the phone number on the telephone pad in case you need it.
We'll get along just fine.
Good night, Millie.
Good night, Mrs. Chandler.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliates present the Mercury Theater on the air in War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. Ladies and gentlemen, the host of the Mercury Theater. We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, and yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water.
Any action, Mike?
Not a thing. Get the coffee?
Yeah. You said black, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
It's yours.
Thanks.
154, calling PD 1. 154, calling PD 1.
154. This is PD 1. Come in.
Mac, give me a rundown of the New Jersey license 3F92. Repeat, New Jersey license 3F92.
My husband's like, Jersey. You know, he's from Patterson, New Jersey.
92 will do. Hold on.
Wainwright again.
Who else?
Does he think they're all stolen cars? He calls in about 20 a night.
That's what you call an obsession.
He reads too much Dick Tracy.
That could be. PD 1, calling 154.
Go ahead, PD 1.
Description: New Jersey license 3F92. 1936 blue two-door old sedan. Registration A 387564. Motor G 148690. Owner Horace Adams. 1407 West Boulevard, Camden. You got it?
Got it. Thanks, Mac.
Right. A real eager beaver.
You gotta have somebody like him to keep you awake a night like this.
Yeah, I suppose Sunday nights are usually pretty dull after Labor Day.
Pretty dull. You know, I took this job because I thought it was gonna be exciting.
On this particular evening, October 30th, the Crosley Rating Service estimated that 32 million people were listening in on radio.
32 million people.
24 hours, not much change in temperature. A slight atmospheric disturbance of undetermined origin is reported over Nova Scotia, causing a low-pressure area to move down rather rapidly over the northeastern states, bringing a forecast of rain accompanied by winds of light gale force. Maximum temperature 66, minimum 48. This weather report comes to you from the Government Weather Bureau. We now take you to the Meridian Room in the Hotel Park Plaza in downtown New York, where you will be entertained by the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the Meridian Room in the Park Plaza in New York City, we bring you the music of Ramon Raquello and his orchestra. And, with a touch of the Spanish, Ramon Raquello leads off with La Comparsita. Thanks, Tommy. Whittaker, you writing that Rocky Mount crash?
Yep. Almost finished.
How much copy you got on it?
Column and a half, maybe.
Build it to 2 columns. I got a good picture here and a double column spot on the front page.
Okay. There's not really much to it. No serious injuries.
Yeah. Could use a good lead story. All I've got is a community fund report. That's the trouble on Sunday night. Nothing ever happens.
That's right. That's the trouble with Sunday nights in the news business. Nothing ever happens. These people are comfortable, relaxed. You might say even bovine in their smug complacency. It's a Sunday night like other Sunday nights. Quiet, uneventful. America is at peace. There's no threat of war. They have no way of dreaming that within a few short minutes, their complacency is to be rudely shattered by an actor's voice, speaking lines from a play.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
The opening words, the words that shook a nation.
At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity. Professor Pearson of the observatory at Princeton confirms Farrell's observation and described the phenomenon as, quote, like a jet of blue flame shot from a gun, unquote. We now return you to the music of Ramon Raquello, playing for you in the Meridian Room of the Park Plaza Hotel, situated in downtown New York.
One troubled face out of 10. But this is the face of dawning panic on the night America trembled.
And now, a word from John Cameron Swayze.
Ladies and gentlemen, a good evening to you. When scientists learned to split the atom, they found that it released something. It was energy in the form of heat. But it wasn't much from just one atom, so they set up a chain reaction like this. They found that it made the greatest physical force mankind has ever developed. And they called it atomic fission. Now, less than 10 years ago, the Atomic Energy Commission turn to the nation's industry to harness the power of the atom and make it work for people in peacetime. Engineers, scientists, and technicians got together at Westinghouse to tackle the toughest job in technical history. And they succeeded. They produced usable atomic energy, the kind that drove the submarine Nautilus over 60,000 miles without refueling. And that's only the beginning of a bright new world. Later this year, many of the lights of Pittsburgh will be lit with still another Westinghouse-built reactor, the Shipping Port Power Plant, a joint venture with Duquesne Light Company and the Atomic Energy Commission. And if you wonder what putting atomic energy to work means to you, here's the man who can answer your question. He's the man who set up the Atomic Power Division of Westinghouse, Mr. Charles Weaver, Vice President for Atomic Power.
Thank you, John. Today, atomic power isn't just a hope. It's as much a fact as coal and oil. Just as coal and oil started new industrial progress, atomic energy marks the beginning of a new era, with new comforts, new power to get where you want to go and do what you want to do. Putting this new atomic force to useful work is a source of great satisfaction to us at Westinghouse.
Yes, in atomic power, too. Westinghouse is first with the future.
The Night America Trembled. We are bringing you the true story of the most memorable dramatic broadcast in the history of radio. The Mercury Theater's unforgettable dramatization of War of the Worlds. The broadcast has just begun. Its effect is not yet beginning to make itself felt in the cities and hamlets of a nation soon to be caught in the grip of ungovernable terror.
Now a tune that never loses favor. The ever-popular Stardust, Ramon Rockello and his orchestra.
Cards, gentlemen. Three. Here's one. Some of your mega masons will one big one. Oh. Okay.
That's Warren Beatty facing the camera.
Open her bets. Check the one card drawer. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, following on the news given in our bulletin a moment ago,
Trying to
the
find out.
Meteorological Bureau has
Okay.
requested the large
I'll up your
observatories of the country to keep an astronomical watch on any further disturbances occurring on the planet Mars. Due to the unusual nature of this occurrence, we have arranged an interview with the noted astronomer, Professor Pearson, who will give us his views on the subject. In a few moments, we will take you to the Princeton Observatory at Princeton, New Jersey. We return you until then to the music of Ramon Rockello and his orchestra.
That's all right. Who cares? You turn that off. Turn it off. I'm studying. If you want to study, go to your own room on the gregarious type. You happy? This is good as a movie?
Better. Look, a shooting star.
Hey, that was a bright one. Cigarette?
Thank you. Look up. Look at those stars. They're so close. You feel you can just reach right up and touch them.
Sure, you can. You want a handful?
It's crazy.
Hi, Jeff Lee.
Crazy about you. Yes.
Thank you. Sweet dreams.
What?
too young, too immature, but they've been saying that for a year. What do you say? Shall we? Tonight, right now.
I'd like to, Bob, but...
What's the matter? Aren't you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, then. I know it's justice of the peace, and we could be there in an hour.
What you say, Joe? Whatever. Love you
Ladies and
too,
gentlemen,
Jeff.
a
Sweet
special announcement
dreams.
from Trenton, New Jersey.
Thank
It is
you.
reported that at 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object, believed to be a meteorite, fell on a farm in the neighborhood of Grover's Mill, New Jersey, 22 miles from Trenton. The flash in the sky was visible within a radius of several hundred miles, and the noise of the impact was
Rocket
heard as far north as
power.
Elizabeth. We have dispatched a special mobile unit to the scene, and we'll have our commentator, Mr. Phillips, give you a word description as soon as he can reach there from Princeton. In the meantime, we take you to the Hotel Martinet in Brooklyn, where Bobby Millett and his orchestra are offering a program of dance music.
New Jersey's 500 miles north.
We take you now to Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again at the Wilmot Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Professor Pearson and myself made the 11 miles from Princeton in just 10 minutes. Well, I hardly know where to begin to paint for you a word picture of the strange scene before my eyes. I guess that's the thing directly in front of me, half buried in a vast pit. Must have struck with terrific force. The ground is covered with splinters of a tree it must have struck on the way down. Now, what I can see of the object itself doesn't look very much like a meteor, at least not like the meteors I've seen. It looks more like a huge cylinder. The color is sort of yellowish white. Curious spectators now are pressing close to the object in spite of the efforts of the police to keep them back. One man wants to touch the thing. He's having an argument with a policeman. And the policeman wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen. You hear it? It's a curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. I'll move the microphone closer. Now, here we are. Now we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now?
Hello. Oh, hello, Molly. No, I'm just waiting here for Paul and his wife. We're going to church. The radio? No, I haven't. Why? What? Well, just for a minute, perhaps. Thanks, Molly.
The thing is smooth and, as you can see, of cylindrical shape.
Just a minute. Something's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrific. This end of the thing is beginning to flake off. The top is beginning to rotate like a screw. The thing must be hollow.
Hey, she's a-moving.
Look, the darn thing's unscrewing.
Keep back there. Keep back, I tell you. Hey, maybe there's men in it trying to escape.
Red hot. They'll burn to a cinder.
Keep back there. Keep those idiots back. She's off. The top's loose. Look out there. Stand back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed. Wait a minute. Someone's crawling out of the hollow top. Someone or something I can see peering out of that black hole, two luminous discs. Are they eyes? It might be a face. It might be... Good heavens, something's wriggling out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another. And another.
They look like tentacles to me. There, I can see the thing's body. It's as large as a bear, and it glistens like wet leather. The face, it's indescribable. I can hardly force myself to keep looking at it. The eyes are black and clean like a serpent.
No, Bob.
The mouth is V-shaped with saliva dripping from its rimless lips that seem to quiver and pulsate. The monster, or whatever it is, can hardly move. It seems weighted down by possible gravity.
I'm Royal City Desk.
Oh, what? Wait a minute. Hey, Johnny, you got anything on the wire about a meteor falling in New Jersey? No, man, we haven't got anything on it. Nothing at all. No, man. Don't mention it. What do you suppose is ailing her?
Why? What's up?
She said she heard something on the radio about a meteor landing in New Jersey carrying Martian monsters. Boy, people.
So, the Mercury Theater on the Air blithely proceeds with its dramatization of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. The actors, of course, have no way of knowing their performance is sowing the seeds of panic amongst hundreds of thousands who believe they're actually hearing a factual report. But others are beginning to feel its impact. For instance, the officers on duty at the State Police and Fire Dispatcher's Office in Trenton, New Jersey.
State Police. No, sir, we don't know anything about that. Sir, there is no Grover's Mill in New Jersey. There's a Grovesville, but there's no Grover's Mill. I can't help it, sir. What the radio says, there's no such place. State Police. No, ma'am, we don't know anything about that. Well, I can't help that, ma'am. We just don't know anything about it. Well, did I say something about a quiet Sunday evening?
What's going on anyway?
I don't know. They say it's been announced on the radio. You better check. State Police. No, sir, we have no information on that. Sorry.
We are bringing you an eyewitness account of what's happening on the Wilmot Farm, Groversville, New Jersey. Meanwhile, at Piano Italy.
That must be it.
What the hell's he talking about? Grover's Mill. There's no such place.
Maybe it's just a play or something.
We now returning to Carl Phillips at Grover's Mill.
Ladies and gentlemen, am I on? Ladies and gentlemen, here I am back at the stone wall that adjoins Mr. Wilmot's garden. From here, I get a sweep of the whole scene. I'll give you every detail as long as I can talk, as long as I can see. More state police have arrived.
More state?
They're drawing up a cordon in front of the pit.
State Police. No, sir, we have no information on that yet. We're checking it now.
Just wait till next year, you'll see.
Oh, next year. Always next year. The Dodgers ain't won a pennant since 1920.
That means they're never going to win another, huh?
Probably.
Boy, I wish I knew all the answers like you do. You know,
Come on, you guys. Why are you two always arguing?
Mike, have you heard? Heard what? About the Martians. A spaceship full of Martians landed near Trenton, 50 miles from here. It's on the radio now.
Martians?
Well, that's what the guy said.
What guy?
Some guy on the radio, some professor from Princeton. The state cops are out there now.
The captain and two policemen advance with something in their hands. Yes, I can see it now. It's a white handkerchief tied to a pole, a flag of truce. If those creatures know what that means, what anything means... Wait, something's happening. Uh-huh. Shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against the mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from that mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Good Lord, they're turning into flame. Now the whole field's caught fire. The woods, the barns, the gas tanks of automobiles, it's spreading everywhere. It's coming this way, about 20 yards to my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, we are unable to continue the broadcast from Grover's Mill. Evidently, there is some difficulty with our field transmission.
However, we will return you to that spot at the earliest opportunity.
Oh, come on.
In the meantime...
Come on, we gotta get down there fast. I got a car.
Down where?
Down at Grover's Mills.
Well, where's Grover's Mills?
Somewhere near Trenton, I
Oh,
think.
now, wait a minute, fellas. We don't know what this is all about.
Who don't know? It's like I told you. It's the Nazis.
The guy on the radio said it was monsters for mine.
It's not Sierra's. Come on. Come on. Hey, you guys, wait for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been handed a message that came from Grover's Mill by telephone. Just a moment.
Whose deal? Speak up. Tell you, I isn't in poker anymore.
This is important.
At least 40 people, including 6 state troopers, lie dead in a field east of Grover's Mill. Their bodies burned and distorted beyond all possible recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you hear will be that of Brigadier General Montgomery Smith, commander of the state militia at Trenton, New Jersey.
Trenton, that's where my family lives.
Listen.
I have been requested by the governor of New Jersey to place the counties of Mercer and Middlesex as far west as Princeton and east to Jamesburg under martial law. 4 companies of state militia are proceeding from Trenton to Grover's Mill and will aid in the evacuation of homes within the range of military operations. Thank you.
You have just been listening to...
Sure, that they're calling us the Army.
Hey, my folks, I think I better call.
Take it easy, bud. They're all right.
How do you know?
Grover's Mill are coming in. Strange creatures
How far is that from here?
the attack crawled back into the
100 miles.
and made no
Well, let's play cards.
the efforts of the firemen to
Give me out. I won't play.
Combined fire departments of Mercer County are fighting the flames which menace the entire countryside. We have been unable to establish any contact with our mobile unit at Grover's Mill, but we hope to be able to return you there at the earliest possible moment.
Something moving. Solid metal. Kind of a shield-like affair rising up out of the cylinder. It's standing on legs, actually rearing up on a sort of metal framework. Now it's reaching above the trees and the searchlights are on it. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a grave announcement to make. Incredible as it may seem, both the observations of science and the evidence of our own eyes lead to the inescapable assumption that those strange beings who landed in the Jersey farmlands tonight are the vanguard of an invading army from the planet Mars.
Mars? Bob, turn around. Go back. Go back. Bob, I want to go home. I want to go home.
And now, back from vacation, here's Betty Burness. Welcome back, Betty.
Thank you. It's very nice to be back. And now I want to show
So
you an
there-
exciting
so
new symbol.
The country's
And
under
here it
attack, and they
The
break
symbol
into
that
a commercial,
represents the very newest
and they still
ideas in
believe
home
that?
appliances. New design, new performance. It's the shape of tomorrow from Westinghouse. And now, here's the exciting shape of tomorrow in brand new 1958 Westinghouse laundry equipment. The 1958 Space Mate. Here, you'll find the shape of tomorrow in this modern new design. The shape of tomorrow with new convenience, too. Imagine a clothes dryer that operates right on top of the laundromat and takes up only 25 inches of space. And look, now, push-button controls for the most accurate washing and drying yet. And here is the exciting new custom Imperial laundromat and dryer. You'll see the shape of tomorrow in this style light control panel that lights up like this. Push-button controls that give 5 wash and 2 rinse temperatures. And that same stunning control panel lights up this twin electric clothes dryer. Push-button controls here, too, give you just the right drying for every kind of fabric. And here, the shape of tomorrow means the very last word in convenience in this beautiful Westinghouse wash and dry combination. It takes just 2 minutes of your time to load clothes and set the dials. And your clothes are beautifully washed and
That was
properly
groundbreaking
dried,
back
all
then.
automatically. In every laundromat, there's the famous revolving agitator that washes cleaner, rinses better, and even cleans itself. And every dryer has new, improved, direct airflow drying. See the 1958 Westinghouse Shape of Tomorrow laundromats and dryers now. the most advanced and the most complete line of home laundry equipment made today. And remember, too, you can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
October 30th, 1938. The Night America Trembled. The impact of the Mercury Theater's broadcast of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds is as devastating as it is unexpected. The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations, the newspapers, the police and fire departments of the whole nation, all are being deluged by a Niagara of calls from frenzied listeners who believe the radio drama to be the real thing. More than 1 million listeners from coast to coast are caught in the grip of a contagious mass hysteria, and they flee in terror from an incredible bogeyman, mythical invaders from the planet Mars.
Strewn over the battle area from Grover's Mill to Plainsboro, crushed and trampled to death under the metal feet of the monster, or burned to cinders by its heat ray.
Langham Field, Virginia. Scouting planes report 3 Martian machines visible above treetops, moving north toward Somerville with population fleeing ahead of them.
Heat ray not in use. Although advancing at express train speed, invaders pick their way carefully. One moment, please. Here's a bullet from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Coon hunters have stumbled on a second cylinder
Right?
similar to
You
the
wonder
first,
how much they
embedded in
cost.
the Great Swamp, 20 miles
Very
Hello?
expensive.
Is this the country club? I want to speak to Mr. or Mrs. Chandler. And hurry. Please hurry.
can be opened and the fighting machine rigged. They are taking up position in the foothills
Hello?
of Rancho Mountain.
Mr. Chandler, this is Millie. Can you come home, please, right away? No, the baby's all right. It's the Martians. Yes, Martians. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, Mr. Chandler, it's all over the radio. Awful things are happening. The Martians have landed in New Jersey with flamethrowers and poison gas. They've killed everyone in Trenton. We've got to get out of here, Mr. Chandler. They'll kill us
No
all.
improved.
Enemy machines. Now, 3
No, I'm not scared. It's just that...
over houses and trees.
Yes,
They're evident
yes, I'll wait till you get here.
But
But hurry.
South Murrow.
Hurry.
Machines also sighted by telephone operator east of Middlesex, within 10 miles of Plainfield. Here's a bullet from Winstonfield, Long Island. Fleet of Army bombers carrying heavy explosive flying north in pursuit of enemy.
Army bombing plane V-843 off Bayonne, New Jersey. Lieutenant Boat commanding 8 bombers reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. This is Boat reporting to Commander Fairfax, Langham Field. Enemy tripod machines now in sight, reinforced by 3 machines from the Morristown cylinder, 6 altogether. 1 machine partially crippled, believed hit by shells from Army gun at Watchung Mountains. Guns now appear silent. A heavy black fog hanging close to the earth.
You want me to?
Yes, listen, this thing's gotten out of
No
hand.
sign of heat
The
ray.
switchboard downstairs is flooded with calls.
Enemy now
People think it's the real McCoy.
River
No
into
kidding.
the
I wish I were. It's an awful mess.
Take care. It was clearly announced.
I know that, but they don't.
Well, what do you want me to do?
I have to make some sort of announcement. Tell them it's just a
Machines are close to here
dramatization.
now.
It's 3 minutes
And
to
we're ready
break.
to attack.
Well, do that, please. The switchboard operator's about ready to go out of their minds.
Plane circling. Ready to strike. 1,000 yards and we'll be over the first. 800 yards. 600. 400. 200. There they go. The giant arm raised. Green flash. They're spraying us with flame. 2,000 feet. Engines are giving out. No chance to release bombs. Only one thing left. Drop on them, plane and all. We're diving on the first one. The engine's gone. 8.
This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. This is Bayonne, New Jersey, calling Langham Field. Come in, please. Come in, please.
This is Langham Field. Go ahead.
8 Army bombers in engagement with enemy tripod machines over Jersey Flats.
Engines
In New Jersey, operator, how many times do I have to tell you?
Will you please
hurry?
Machine destroyed.
What do you mean you can't do it?
Enemy
You
now
gotta get
discharging
through.
heavy black smoke in the direction.
Circuits are busy. Come on, I gotta call home through.
Hey,
where's Charlie going? Charlie's driving home with Dave.
Hurry up with the phone, will you, please?
Warning. Poisonous black smoke pouring in from Jersey marshes. Reaches South Street. Gas masks useless. Urge population to move into open spaces. Automobiles use Route 7, 23, 24. Avoid congested areas. Smoke now spreading over Raymond Boulevard.
It's just a radio play, sir. State police. No, ma'am, it's just a radio play. State police. No, sir, it's just a radio. No, sir, we have no official confirmation, but we believe it's just a radio play. Got anything yet, Brownie?
No. Wait a minute. Something's coming in now. Hey, this is it.
State police. It's just a radio play, ma'am.
Attention all units. Attention
We're not
all
sure we
units.
think so.
There is no invasion from Mars. The invasion panic is the result of a radio broadcast. Repeat, there is no invasion from Mars. Proceed to distribute this information as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir, we're positive.
Attention all units. Attention all units.
I'm speaking from the roof of the Broadcasting Building, New York City. The bells you hear are ringing to warn people to evacuate the city as the Martians approach. Estimate that in the last 2 hours, 3 million people have moved out along the roads to the north. Hutchison River Parkway still kept open for motor traffic. Avoid bridges to Long Island, hopelessly jammed.
All communication with Jersey Shore closed 10 minutes ago. No more defenses. Our army wiped out. Artillery, Air Force, everything wiped out. This may be the last broadcast. We'll stay here to the end.
Jane, it's the end of the world. We're all going to die. I just heard it on the radio.
I can give you a ticket anywhere, as far as this will take me. And hurry, the Martians are coming.
Black smoke drifting over the city. People in the streets see it now. They're running toward the East River. Thousands of them dropping in like rats. Now the smoke's spreading faster. It's reached Times Square. They're falling like flies. Now the smoke is crossing 6th Avenue, 5th Avenue. It's 100 yards away. 50 feet.
What's the matter with you?
The baby! The monsters! The monsters are going to kill us!
No, monsters. What monsters? What
The radio!
Radio?
Dead. The announcer must be dead.
2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ. 2X2L calling CQ, New York. Isn't there anyone on the air? Isn't there anyone? 2X2L.
It's just a radio play, sir. The whole city must have gone nuts.
You mean the whole nation? The AP says the same thing's happening everywhere.
This is the lead story I wanted, but I can't even find time to remake the front page. When is this ever going to end? It's just a radio play, man. No, man. There is no invasion. It's just a radio play.
Engine Company 5, Chemical 3 to Somerset and
Hey,
Ward.
where's Mills?
What?
We come to volunteer.
Volunteer.
Yeah, the Nazi war place where they land.
Oh, it's a Martian.
Somerset and Ward.
There are
Attention
no
all
Martians.
units.
There are no
Attention all
Nazis.
units.
It's just a radio
No
play. Now go
invasion
home.
from Mars. Repeat.
A radio play.
No
That's all. Now beat it. Get out of here.
invasion.
Chief, it was clearly announced as a play. Here's a publicity release in tonight's paper. Now listen. When the Mercury Theater on the Air broadcasts over the Columbia Network at 8 p.m., they will do H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. This is one of the first shows about Martians. It tells how the octopus-like creatures from Mars lay waste the Earth until there are only a few humans left. Yes, that's absolutely right. Every paper. Well, how clear can you make a thing? All they had to do was check. Nobody in his right mind would believe it.
We've been here for Rudy Valley for 3 days. I'm getting hungry.
Hungry?
Yeah.
Well, I'm the one that's hungry. I tell you, Charlie, I'm so starved, I could almost...
Don't look at me that way. No, I'm just getting closer. I don't
What's the matter? What's going on here? It's a meteor, sir.
No, it's the Martians. They're planning after Earth and destroying the world.
Martians, what are you talking
They're
about?
on the radio.
We've been listening to the radio ever since you left. We haven't heard anything about it. I don't get it. It ought to be on every station, I'm
Turn to
sure.
CBS.
This is your host, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet, jumping out of a bush, and saying boo
Starting now, we couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates by tomorrow night, so we did the next best thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, you will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it and that both institutions are still open for business.
So, goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning, glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch. And if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Why didn't you check the other stations? Well, we didn't have time, sir. We were too busy listening.
You mean you really believed it?
Oh, you kids have got a lot to learn. Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's all right, Millie. It's all over now. Are you sure, Mrs. Chandler?
Yes, Millie.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. For the listeners who tuned in to the Mercury Theater on the air broadcast tonight and did not realize that the program was merely a radio adaptation of H.G. Wells' famous novel, The War of the Worlds, we are repeating the fact, made clear 4 times on the program, that the entire content of the play was entirely fictitious.
But I don't understand.
Well, it was just a radio play, Millie.
I can't believe it. It was so real.
Ah, yes, it was so real. So real that it completely fooled poor Millie and more than 1 million others, who slowly came to their senses and realized they'd been panicked by a colossal Halloween joke. And what were their reactions? Well, many laughed, with perhaps just a touch of hysterical relief in their laughter.
Me scared? Of course not. I knew it was a play all the time. Sure, me and the old woman would run down the streets, mingle with the crowds, but we wasn't scared ourselves, just for the kicks. See how the others was taking it. You know what I mean.
Others were somewhat indignant.
A fine trick to play on people. My sister passed out. All the kids were screaming their heads off. The whole house was in an uproar. Is that what you call entertainment?
And still
Who
others
slowly
were
came to their
furiously angry.
senses, his sister.
Hello, CBS. Say, what are you going to do about me? I'm 300 miles from home without a penny in my pocket. Where am I calling from? Buffalo, New York. That's where I'm calling from, and it's all your fault.
So the reactions of the period. But there is one thing we must not overlook. All this took place in 1938, in a less sophisticated yesteryear that did not know the atom bomb, guided missiles, and rockets that may shortly fly to the moon. 20 years ago, the concept of an alien race was novel to us, hence alarming. Today, we realize that Mars is very near, closer perhaps in time than we imagined. There is every reason to believe that long before the Martians come to us, we will go to them. I wonder if we'll panic them as they did us on the night America trembled.
Tonight, John Cameron Swayze is playing with fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you. I'm using this torch as a high concentration of heat. Now, I ask you to tell me whether heat is a friend or an enemy. Heat will light a friendly cigarette, but it can also burn up hard-earned money if I let it. Heat runs power stations that make electricity. Here's one of the most efficient producers of electricity in the world, the Tiger Creek station of the Ohio Valley Electric Corporation. It's more efficient because Westinghouse engineers have found new ways to harness extra heat to run these turbines. Big turbine blades, for example, look like this. Until recently, they could only stand so much heat and pressure. The limit had been reached. No available metal could lick the problem. So Westinghouse metallurgists came up with a brand new kind of steel that raise the limits of heat and cut the cost of making electricity. One of these pieces of steel wire is made of Westinghouse metal. It will stand the kind of heat we're talking about. The other won't. Metal developed in Westinghouse laboratories will help this power station to produce more electricity for less money. Over the years, Westinghouse Engineering has helped to make electricity your best servant, the biggest bargain in your family budget. Improvement on top of improvement has made Westinghouse first with the future, in research, in engineering, in new ideas. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Westinghouse products seen on tonight's program are made in Mansfield, Ohio, and in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Your friends and neighbors at the more than 60 Westinghouse plants throughout America hope you enjoyed tonight's play. Next week, Westinghouse Studio One presents First Prize for Murder, written especially for Studio One by Phil Reisman Jr., based on a story by John D. MacDonald, starring Darren McGavin. Who is Nathaniel Arch? No one has ever seen him. Here is the best available picture of the mysterious Mr. Arch. All that is known is that he wrote the mystery novel Double Dead, which has won Mystery Writers of America's prize for the best novel by a new writer. It is not widely known, however, that Double Dead reveals the details of an actual double murder that the authorities have never been able to solve. Be sure to join us next week to find the answer to Who is Nathaniel Arch? In First Prize for Murder, starring Darren McGavin. Two weeks from tonight, Westinghouse Studio One brings you the first part of the exciting drama, Mutiny on the Shark, written especially for Studio One by Max Ehrlich, starring Richard Basehart. A story of the new kind of living that the atomic age has brought with it, the drama of life aboard an atomic submarine. Be with us again 2 weeks from tonight for part one of Mutiny on the Shark, starring Richard Basehart.
No more burning your fingers reaching for toast. This beautiful new Westinghouse
Look at the
toaster
price of
with
this
its
toaster.
exclusive lift-up lever lifts small pieces an extra inch. Buy now. Save $6 on confection colors model, $4 on chrome model. Your choice, only $15.95.
And that year, $15.95, that had to have been like $300?
Studio One gratefully acknowledges the cooperation of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Cecil B. DeMille's 10 Commandments. Westinghouse Studio One has come to you from New York and has been selected for viewing by America's armed forces at home and overseas. This is Art Hannah saying
Right.
good night for Westinghouse.
Much cheaper than that. Indestructible Man is next after the intermission.
You now have 10 minutes to
I have a
stock up
10-minute
on the tasty
intermission.
treats offered at our refreshment stand. Thanks for coming to our show tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to serve you. We think it's great to be able to enjoy fine entertainment in the comfort and privacy of your own car. The come as you are atmosphere is a pleasant way to relax in the evening. Don't you agree? You now have 9 minutes. In the meantime, come and enjoy the many delicious treats at our refreshment stand. We've brought back those good old-time flavors, and today they're better than ever. All these delicious treats are waiting
We don't have
for
a
you at the
drive-in
refreshment
near
stand.
we are,
Delicious,
but
fresh
where we used to live in Dallas, there was a
ice
couple.
cold cola, candy you know and love. They're all ready for you now, so you won't have to miss any of the feature. Come and get them.
Oh, that's cool. What state are you in? I know you've told me before, but I can't
Only 8
remember.
minutes to visit the refreshment stand before the feature starts.
Okay, Connecticut. That's nice. Welcome back, Daydream 1990s. Look at that cheese pizza picture. What the hell? After the intermission, there's the Indestructible Man. I'll be right back. I'm going to the powder room. I'll call it powder room. I'll be right back. Clean up the things.
You now have 7 minutes to visit the refreshment stand.
Welcome back.
To make your evening of entertainment more enjoyable, our refreshment stand has these delicious favorites: hot and crispy pizzas, The feature will start in 6 minutes. Still plenty of time to visit our refreshment stand. Observe the laws of your city, state, and nation. They exist to protect the rights and freedoms of everyone. Before the feature starts, you still have 5 minutes to look over the menu before the feature starts. After the show, please
Please replace the speaker on its stand. If you accidentally break the cord, please turn the speaker in at the refreshment stand or the manager's office. Thank you. And by the way, on your way home, drive carefully.
Said they need that commercial now as a reminder. Okay, I'll be right back. That's so true.
You now have 4 minutes before the feature starts. America, my land, your land. But will it always remain America the Beautiful? Pollution, a threat to life and health, not to mention one of our greatest natural resources, the scenic beauty of our land. Starting now, we must all pitch in to clean up our country before it's too late. America the Beautiful depends on you. Now, 3 minutes till showtime. Still time to visit our refreshment stand. Now, only 2 minutes till showtime. Enjoy the weekend with your family. And worship at the church of your choice this weekend. Now, only 1 minute till showtime. For your convenience, the refreshment stand will remain open during the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for the show. Once again, thank you for coming to our theater tonight. Have an enjoyable evening. The refreshment stand will remain open for a short time. Still plenty of time to get a snack or cold drink. We'll make an announcement before the stand closes to give you plenty of time to get that last-minute treat.
I was dictating the wrap-up on the Butcher Benton package. I'm Lieutenant Dick Chasen. This hadn't been a routine case, and to find the answer, I've had to put a lot of little pieces together. It began on the day most cases can be called closed. It was the day before the butcher was to be executed. He was visited by his attorney, Paul Lowe, in the death house. It was at this first meeting the Butcher Benton case took its first switch.
Well, that's it, Butcher. The evidence against you is so strong, the government turned down your appeal.
You're a rotten liar, Lowe. And now you're still trying to throw me curves.
Look, I don't blame you for being edgy, but get this straight. I didn't double-cross you. I never worked harder for a client.
You mean you never worked harder for a client to get him sentenced?
You were a fool, Butcher. If you hadn't tried to double-cross Squeamy Ellis and Joe Marcelli, they wouldn't have turned state's evidence against you. But you had to get greedy. You wanted to keep the whole $600,000 for yourself. Well, the boys got sore, and I don't blame them.
It was all your idea. You planned the whole job. You hired us. When you found out I'd staged the money, you decided it was time for me to die. You got those two crumbs to turn state's evidence on me. You stinking rotten mouthpiece.
We both know that isn't true, Butcher. Now, look, what's the sense in not giving me the money? Not going to do you any good.
Well, I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that none of you three crumbs are going to spend it.
What about Eva? Don't you owe her something? You tell me where the money is, I'll see that she gets your share.
I've got a different idea. I'm going to kill you and Squeamy and Joe. Then I'll take care of Eva myself.
You thick-headed ape, you're going to die tomorrow.
Remember what I said? I'm going to get you. All three of you.
Even for you, Butcher, that'd be quite a trick. So long, dead man.
Remember what I said? I'm going to kill you. All three of you.
Back in Los Angeles, two men sat in a bar room listening to a newscaster tell his headline story. He played up big the butcher's threat to kill Paul Lowe, Squeamy Ellis, and Joe Marcelli for their having turned state's evidence against him. Squeamy Ellis didn't seem happy over the butcher's threat. Neither did Joe Marcelli. But they had figured, once a dead man, always a dead man. But this was one time everyone was in for a surprise, including the entire police department.
You see the headlines, Captain?
Teletype just came in from San Francisco. Butcher's execution is set for 5 o'clock this afternoon. And like the newspapers say, he still refuses to talk about that stolen money.
Well, I still have hopes of coming up with something.
That's what I dropped by for, Dick. With Butcher's execution, the department's marking it case closed. That means you'll be reassigned.
I spent a whole year trying to break this case. As far as I'm concerned, Butcher's death is just the beginning. Of course, I can't prove it, but I think that Paul Lowe was the top man. And even though I have to keep working on it while off duty, I'm going to get Lowe, Squeamy Ellis, and Joe Marcelli.
Okay, Lieutenant. Officially, I've taken you off of the case.
I know. I have something warming up with
I
some
wish you
ramen noodles. So I'm going to eat that in a minute.
Keep me posted.
Will do. Thanks, John. I headed for Eva Martin. She worked in a local burlesque house.
No popcorn.
I'm a cop, and my job is to ask questions and get answers. So I decided
We ate our
I might
last
as well
bit of
start
popcorn
again with
last
her.
week.
Come in.
I know, right?
What do you
I
want?
know my clock is off.
Talk to you.
Talk? You're a cop, aren't you?
That's a good question. I can't even find a 3-ton armored car, let alone the $600,000. I've been on the case a year.
I've told you and I've told you and I've told you. I don't know anything about the money. I never did.
Benton's going to be dead in a little while. I thought it might make a difference.
I never knew anything about the money. Call me dumb. I didn't even know Charles was in the rackets until the trial.
Take it easy, kid.
You're on, Eva.
Honey, here's your wrap.
A few moments ago, Butcher Benton, without revealing the whereabouts of the $600,000 stolen in the armored car holdup, paid
Oh,
for
that
his
sounds
crimes against society in
yummy.
the gas chamber at San Quentin. Now for a look at the international scene. Today,
Come on, baby. Don't waste tears on Benton.
I feel so badly about Charles. If I'd known, maybe I could have done something.
How about a drink? We could both use it.
No, I just can't drink while she's working.
Boy, see. What's that? Well, now what's the matter?
The message from Charles. He told me to open it if he died.
Finale, Eva.
All right.
How about a steak after the show?
No, thanks. Not tonight, Paul.
I didn't find out until much later, but Paul Lowe, in opening the letter the butcher had given Eva, found a map outlining a section of the city sewer system, and clearly identified was the spot where the butcher had hidden the stolen payroll. He replaced it with a $50 bill. I guess he figured $50 to gain $600,000 was not a bad day's work. A few hundred miles away in San Francisco, the case took another switch, which turned the next 72 hours into one long, hideous nightmare. Dr. Bradshaw, a distinguished biochemist, was making preparations for a final experiment which he hoped would lead the way to a cure for cancer. He'd been successful with laboratory animals. The last step called for a human body. And Dr. Bradshaw's assistant quickly made a deal with a local mortuary and returned to the laboratory with the dead body of Butcher Benton.
You made good time.
Well, I didn't waste any.
Any trouble?
No, I just handed the money over and moved the body into your station wagon. That was that.
Good. Get a syringe. He's in good shape.
I hope so.
We'll get other blood samples later. We'll run this one through fast.
Right.
Now wheel him into the machine and then raise him.
Right.
They're going to give him 287,000 volts?
Yes. I'll get the fluoroscope set. We'll check with that before we start dissecting. Turn off the lights. There you are, old boy. If you respond properly and my theory is sound, you'll be more famous dead than alive. Throw the switch.
But wait, I thought I saw a pulsation of the heart. Dr. Bradshaw is beginning to freeze. You brought this man back to life.
The heart muscle has simply responded to a terrific electrical shock, that's all. Yes, but it does prove that the cells still function.
Dr. Bradshaw, he is alive.
A shock reaction, it can't last.
His cells are multiplying now, if your theory is right.
We could keep that reaction going longer. But it's worth a try. Get the body out. Get some adrenaline from the supply room. Some amyl nitrite, too. Hurry. Hey, now. You mustn't move. Your heart can't stand the strain. Now, you must lie still. Please. Easy now. Easy. You must lie easy. Please.
Dr. Bradshaw's experiment had given life back to the butcher. He tried to talk, but the electrical voltage had burned out his vocal cords. Yet it hadn't destroyed his brain. He knew who he was. He knew who he hated. As he stumbled about the room, I think he thought only about one: kill Lowe, Squeamy, and Joe Marcelli. The tremendous electrical voltage that Dr. Bradshaw had given the butcher had increased his cellular structure to the point where he was no longer a man. Dr. Bradshaw's experiment had created a vicious, brutal animal with an almost inconceivable amount of strength. Dr. Bradshaw must have believed the butcher's regained life would last for only a few minutes. Therefore, instead of calling for help, the doctor decided to handle his creation alone.
Now, easy, Benton. Just relax. I'm a doctor. I want to try to help you. Do you understand me? You're in my laboratory. The execution was
I am
carried
a
out,
night
you were declared
owl,
dead.
huh?
I tried an experiment on you and brought you back to life, although I didn't intend that.
You
Now,
are
you've had a
too,
great
huh?
shock. Now, come and sit down. Now, be quiet. Now, come and sit down. Take it easy. Careful. His reactions are violent.
How do you explain this?
Each cell must have multiplied 100 times. perhaps thousands. His strength is unbelievable. No. It's too late for the amyl nitrite. I want to get some blood samples, make some tests on him, find out what's happened. Get me a syringe.
Why won't the needle penetrate the skin?
Tissue must be nearly a solid mass of cells.
So he went to the death
How are we going
chair,
to get the blood sample?
and
Surgically, perhaps.
they revived his body illegally.
Now, Ethan, take it easy. You can't leave here now. I'm responsible for your being alive.
You drinking too? I know I'll be going to bed after this. I love the old classic actors. That's Lon Chaney, and Lon Chaney is the one who acted the original werewolf, and a whole lot of other horror movies.
Towards the end of this case, Captain Lauder and I found out the doctor and his assistant had been murdered. But I'm getting ahead of my story. The butcher didn't know how he had been brought back from the dead, and he didn't care. All he knew, he was alive. Then this monster-made man started thinking about Los Angeles.
This is hot spice. Make me cough. It's really good.
On that very Los
It
Angeles,
makes me cough
I
'cause
decided
it's
to stop
spicy.
playing detective for a little while. I went to the burlesque house to ask Eva to have dinner with me.
He said, "This is fun.
After
It's similar
all,
to my
Butcher
Zoom
was
movie
dead.
club. That's
If
cool."
I got lucky, sooner or later, I figured Paul Lowe would lead me to the stolen payroll. In a way, that possibility
I
made
played
me
them usually
even
at 8
feel
o'clock, and tonight I decided to come back. But I have a movie. Watch part starts at 8, and you can see it on your, while we have a live chat, you can see it on your screen.
pretty good.
But I'm doing a
I
replay
can't
right
figure
now
out those.
of
Why
what we
you stay
played
in a
earlier.
place like this. It shouldn't be hard for someone like you to get a job in a class spot.
If you were a detective, I'd be willing to bet with a line like that. Your next remark would be, how about dinner?
Well, not exactly dinner, but a hamburger might be a good idea.
If you're asking in an official capacity, I can't say no.
I'm off duty.
For the past 6 months, all I've ever called you is Lieutenant Chasen. Do you have a first name?
Dick.
Give me 10 minutes for a quick change, because you just made yourself a date, Lieutenant. I mean, Dick.
Well, that was flirtatious.
Know something, Dick? I haven't had hamburger in the front seat of an automobile with a guy in a lot of years.
Well, from now on, we'll do it more often.
Fun. I always figured a policeman wasn't really a human being. I mean, unless he was arresting someone or trying to solve a case, he was unhappy.
Shows you how wrong you are. In fact, everyone on the force gets fed up occasionally with the job they do.
Hey, no
Maybe we're
people,
more
no
human than anyone
problems.
else. We see so much trouble, we get to hate the world. But as long as the world's filled with people,
I do. As a matter of fact, when this is over, I'm going to go to sleep.
What made you join the department?
now who's making
Hello.
what the questions?
No, honest, I'd like to know.
Well, it's really a very short story. When I got out of the Air Corps, I
Good to see you, friend.
went to work for an oil company. One day, I went back to college on the GI Bill. Just before graduation, I noticed all about the police department exams.
Seemed a pretty good thing to do with your life, so I took the exams, passed, then went on from there.
If I ask one more question, would it be a straight answer?
Try.
Hubby
Am I
is,
still part of the
he
Charles
is in La
Benton
La
movie?
Land.
Right now.
He is. He's asleep. He's been knocked out.
I don't think so.
Daydream says I have to go to
As far
bed.
as the department's
After
concerned,
this, I
when
have public
Benton was
scripture
executed,
reading
the
in the
case was
morning and
marked
then church.
closed. Inside of me, that's not good
Okay,
enough.
that sounds good.
I don't follow you.
Well, the $600,000 is still missing. And a fast-talking underworld lawyer like Paul Lowe is walking around a free man. Someday, no matter how long it takes, I'll
Appreciate
get
you
him and the
spending
money.
time with me
Till I
too.
do, the Benton case for me is not closed.
Give you my word, Dick. Charles Benton never told me anything about the money.
Oh, I've been sure of that for a long time. But how did you ever get mixed up with anyone like the butcher?
This trouble ever started just happened. I had a roommate who used to date Benton all the time.
Hubby
One day
has
she
some
passed
chicken
and
set
left
out
for
in the
Chicago.
refrigerator.
Benton carried a torch for her, and he used my shoulder to
Oh,
cry.
tell her I said
First thing I knew, we
hello.
were having dinner together.
Tell her I said hi, the lovely queen.
I was labeled by the police as this #1 suspect and Benton's girl, but it was never like that. I made only one mistake. I felt sorry for him.
You mean, until he was arrested for the robbery and the killing, you had no idea how he earned a living?
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I only went out with Benton a couple of times, and all we ever talked about was Madge, my old roommate. The last time I saw him, he tried to get too friendly, and that's when I told him he had the wrong girl. But like I said, I'd already made my mistake.
What about the burlesque house? How do you two fit together?
You sound like a lot of other people.
Okay.
I left a small town a couple of years ago because I won a beauty
I'm on
contest, and
live.
the first prize was a screen.
No people, no problem says hi.
Nothing happened.
That's right. Only it was pretty rough. And then one day I read an ad about girls wanted for a burlesque
I wish
show.
I could send you a view from our place. Boy, I bet it's
You
beautiful.
know something? It's like any other job.
I
If
bet
you're
it's
looking for
beautiful.
trouble, you can find it even in a schoolroom.
Well, when the screen test didn't work out, though, why didn't you go on home?
Well, first you have to have a home to go back to. My folks are dead, so Los Angeles was as good as any place else. I don't know about you, but I do 8 shows a day, and at this hour I'm mushed.
I know what you mean. Mind if I drive you home?
No.
Hubby just woke up.
I haven't minded anything about tonight. Not even the hamburger.
I kept playing tag with Lowe. He made 4 telephone calls. 3 of them didn't interest me, but one did. The one to Joe Marcelli. I watched Joe head for his meeting with Lowe, and for some unknown reason, I began to get the feeling
We
that
love
this
you
case was
too.
finally
It's so
about
good
to
to see you.
explode
No
in my
people,
favor.
no problems. So good for you to stop by. After this movie, I think me and Daydream, we're going to go to sleep, and hubby and I are going to all go to sleep. It's always a pleasure seeing you too.
At least I ate a squealer, a stoolie.
I warned you before. All right, Harry, that's enough. I'll take care of it. I want to talk to him. Okay, Mr. Lowe. Any future business you've got with this psycho, take care of it upstairs in your office. You keep showing around here, sooner or later he's going to get slugged, cripple or no cripple. All right, shut up, Jim. Sit down.
I'm going to go to sleep right after this movie.
I need a shot. Bad. You'll get one after I talk to you. You sober enough to understand? Yeah. I run out of dough. No wonder. Look at you.
Okay.
You used to be the best torch man in town. Now I don't think you could crack a safe if you knew the combination. No jobs. Nobody wants me since I turned states on Benton. That's your doing. You told me. All right, quit crying. I got a job for you. If you can stay off that stuff long enough. You know I can't.
Bye-bye.
Get a job.
Thank you.
What is it? It's $2,000 for you. Where? Right near where he pulled the job. Interested? $2,000 ain't much out of $600,000. The other expenses. Besides, that money's plenty of it. Now, you want it, or I get another for you? I'll do it. How soon do you want me to go to work? Set it up for tomorrow night. Call me before noon. I'm one of the reasons.
For real. They're really good.
That's all the job's up.
You know, there's some extra sets too. You know. Okay.
The butcher was walking slowly toward Los Angeles.
So in the
He traveled through wooded hills to prevent being seen by anyone. Finally, he came to a quiet road. He stopped to get his bearings. And then he saw her. He saw something else.
They're really good.
An automobile. For the butcher, that rang a bell. With a car, he knew by the next afternoon he'd be in Los Angeles in plenty of time to catch up with the three men who had double-crossed him.
Well, see, you're a real gentleman to be helping strangers in distress. I hope you don't mind me using the babe here as bait. Quite a dish, isn't she? But that's what she gets paid for. Babe, that is. Yes, sir. She's a real shaker artist of my outfit. Carnival man myself. Just call me Connie. Yeah. Well, friends, we're in a little bit of difficulty here. Got a flat tire, brand new car, no tools in the back. Why, some of these dealers make my carnival victims look like babes in the woods. Sound kill, holy. Say, who you with, Fred? Let it down. Let it down. No matter who you with, friend, believe me, I can do better for both of us. I'll make a fortune for the both of us.
An hour later, the San Francisco Police Department sent out an APB. Squads were sent to various parts of the countryside.
I'm having fun with you, Daydream. This is so much fun for me. No People, No Problems lives in Serbia, and he lives off the land.
Killer, the hysterical girl had described.
He lives off the grid.
Kept reporting back to Central
Waterfalls
and
and
each of their
mountains
stories
and
was
everything.
the same. So far, none of them had spotted the car the killer was driving. Orders were given to shoot to kill, because from the girls' further accounts, they realized they were dealing with a maniac.
Oh. There's Reese's cup. I thought you left. Hey, Reese's. This is so much fun. What time do you get off work?
information, answer all of your questions. If I can be of any further service, let me know. Sincerely,
Okay.
J. Louder, Captain Police, L.A.
Another all points in CHP, Cap.
These reports sound like they come from a bunch of loonies.
Sure do. There it is.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
I want Lieutenant Chasen to look these over as soon as he comes in.
All right, Cap.
The next morning, I read the stories of the brutal murder of the 2 police officers. I also read the witness's statement about the bullets having no effect upon the killer. I felt sorry for the witness, and I thought about how easily a person's mind can become confused when suddenly they receive a brutal shock. I didn't believe a man existed who could not be stopped by a slug from a .45. Good morning, Captain.
You and the rest of the force are going on 24-hour duty. Seen the headlines?
With this guy that's running amok up north?
Yeah, the latest report, he's killed 2 police officers. Made a getaway in a green coupe heading south. I've got a hunch this killer's going to be our baby. He could be in town right now.
Yeah.
You better get started, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Any new leads on that hold-up money?
I think the girl can probably be counted out. If any of the others are wise, they're keeping mighty quiet.
Let it ride for now. The whole force is going to be on the spot before we catch this killer. Newspapers will have a field day.
We were wrong about 2 things. The killer was already in our city, and we didn't know he was Butcher Benton. He headed straight for Eva Martin. He went to her dressing room to get back the map he had left in the envelope with her. He wanted first to check his money, then catch up with Lowe and the others.
Man.
Can't be. You do look like something different somehow. It is you. Why didn't somebody tell me? What's happened, Charles? Those look like bullet holes. Are they? There's even a mark. I opened it like you told me. I found $50. I didn't know why you left him. Oh, Paul didn't know why he was here. Don't get crazy.
The name of Paul triggered his hate. He left her dressing room and started for Squeamy Ellis and Joe Marcelli's place. Because he knew with them out of the way, Paul Lowe couldn't open the strong box where the money was hidden. He thought of Squeamy and Joe first. He was saving Paul Lowe for last.
Hey, Eva, can I borrow your eyebrow pencil? Operator, get me police headquarters. Lieutenant Chasen, please. When do you expect? Tell him Charles Benton is alive, and even bullets can't stop him. I'm not crazy. Just be a friend of Charles. He'll know.
She tried to tell him the butcher was alive and on his way over to kill him. Squeamy didn't believe her, and in a way you couldn't blame him. Who in their right mind would believe a man had returned from the dead? What Squeamy actually believed was that the butcher, before his execution, had hired a killer to carry out his threat.
You sick? You don't look so good to me.
10 minutes, Eva.
All right. Say, Eva, I could take over the matinee trick for you. What? It's easy. Look, Eva, I can do it. Da-ba-da-do-do-do. Oh, I'm... Francine, I just thought of something. Yeah?
Eva agreed to let Francine do the show. She hoped she'd be able to interrupt the butcher before he arrived at Squeamy's hotel. Or, failing that, at least be able to warn him to stay out of sight.
You wanted me, Captain? Yeah, I just had a rundown on those fingerprints, the stolen car up north. We got nothing on the driver who was killed or the woman with him. Take a good look at these.
There's something funny about these.
Yeah. The boys in the lab can't figure it out either. Those are the killers. They were found on the steering wheel. Looked like they'd been stamped in with a steel die.
They sure do.
These are Butcher Benton's.
What? They look the same to me. How do the lab boys explain that?
I don't. Their best guess is a twin brother. An identical twin could have the same pattern of whorls with only slight variations. Ever hear of the butcher having a twin brother?
No.
Even if it did, it wouldn't explain these freak prints.
You didn't pick up your message, Lieutenant. Some wacky dame calls you.
Wacky
And she
dame.
says Charles Benton is alive, and bullets won't stop him.
If we buy the twin theory,
Who was she? Where'd she see him?
Well, she wouldn't leave her name. Sounded kind of hysterical to me. Said she was a friend of the butcher's.
Eva Martin.
get her with the Follies and see what that girl knows.
Yeah. Some guys have all the luck. I never drew an assignment to the Follies.
Meanwhile, the butcher headed for Squeamy's hotel. He didn't seem to be in any particular hurry. Actually, he seemed like any normal person, on his way to work or on his way home. He rode up Angel's flight, arrived at the top, scanned the hotel building, and then noticed the only exit from Squeamy's apartment, a fire escape. The butcher was figuring his next step, and as he looked at the dead cop, he thought about Paul Lowe, the next man on his list.
Seen Joe Michelli? Not since last night when I told him I didn't want him around here no more. Give me a shot. Look, I need help. Just found out that Benton's hired a killer to get me. He's after Joe, too. Then drink up and get out. I don't want no trouble around my place. You're a real pal. Drink up and get out, I said.
Wow.
Operator, get me the police! Police! Yes!
What's happened?
Guy named Squeamy got thrown from the 5th floor. He's dead on a mackerel. Customer of mine.
You mean Squeamy Ellis?
Yeah, that's it.
Just Squeamy. No one else was killed.
Ain't one enough? I tell you, the bullets never even phased him. He must have been wearing a bulletproof vest.
God help us when the papers get a hold of this. Keep an officer on duty here till you hear from me. We'll get a stakeout on Joe Marcelli.
I'd like to talk to Joe. Lauder, I'm going to call San Quentin. Suppose Benton is alive.
Every available man's been put on the case now. Yes, sir. All right. Anything new?
Report on Dr. Bradshaw, owner of the station wagon. The San Francisco police located his laboratory in the basement of an electrical power receiving station.
Bradshaw, what's he know?
He's dead. And another man, too, his assistant. The lab is a shambles. But now we're getting some action from San Francisco. Benton's body never arrived at the mortuary where it was supposed to go. An attendant there finally broke down, admitted he picked up some quick cash by handing the body over to a man he was unable to identify. The man was driving his station wagon.
Blasted, man. The chief's on my neck, and the commissioners are on his, and the mayor's on theirs. Now, am I supposed to tell them that our killer is a dead man?
They found a notebook in Bradshaw's lab. It ties his experiments in with a Professor Dwiggins at Caltech. I hope to hear from Dwiggins soon.
Captain, report from the valley on a hysterical woman. Reports the presence of the killer. Where's the location?
Let's go.
You and your boyfriend had a little fight, and he got out of the car to take a walk. You noticed that he walked down toward the sump area in the direction where you'd seen those lights a short while before.
What happened then, miss? Please try to tell us.
Well, I just sat there a few minutes, I guess. I was pretty mad. Then there was a loud crash, like heavy metal, sort of, from down here. I got out of the car to get a better look. I heard Jimmy cry out something. I couldn't make out the words. Then down here, in a patch of light, was Jimmy. And coming toward him was this man. Big man. Lifted Jimmy up over his head like he didn't weigh a thing. Jim screamed. Just once. Before he broke Jimmy's back. I heard it snap. That was all right. Then I started running till I found this house. They let me use the phone.
Thank you, miss. We'll see that you get home now.
O'Malley, see that the young lady gets home all right.
Paul Lowe, while driving to his office, heard a radio commentator report the murder of Joe Marcelli. And what shocked him most was when the broadcast identified the killer as possibly being the butcher. Lowe headed straight for Eva Martin at the Burlesque Theater.
Well, you gave me a start, Mr. Lowe.
What are you doing here? Where's Eva?
Oh, I'm taking her place. I'm going to wear a costume. What's it to you?
I asked you, where's Eva?
Hey, don't get physical. Well, what's your tone of voice, Buster? I told you. Little Eva isn't here.
I can see that for myself. Where is she?
She's at police headquarters. That's where she is.
Yes, sir. No, sir. Captain Lauder's still with the mayor. The killer dropped out of sight. He was last seen in the Hollywood area. Yes, sir. We know he's dangerous. Every angle's being covered. Yes, sir. I'll tell him.
Yeah, see how these fit.
Lovely heels.
I'm sorry, it's the best our wardrobe department can afford. Any idea how soon the captain will be back?
Now, look, I'm going to see the captain if I have to wait here all night.
Oh. Charles killed Squeamy and Joe.
Joe, too? Benton?
He's alive. I saw him, but nobody will believe me.
I'm checking it. My guess is whoever killed them is on the trail of the money, Lo. Now maybe you better start talking if you know anything about it.
I don't know anything.
Did the butcher have a brother?
No brother.
It was Charles. I saw the tattoo on his arm.
Look, I demand police protection.
Where's the money, Lo?
You heard me. I demand protection. I know my rights.
We put stakeouts on your office and home.
Well, that's not enough.
It's enough as far as we're concerned.
Are you gonna book me, Sergeant?
Then throw away the key. Thank you.
Come up with anything yet, Dick?
Oh, we've checked every hotel, motel, and rooming house in town. We've run a cross-check on every hangout butcher ever used. Net results, blank.
This is incredible. We not only discover a dead man turned killer, but it's beginning to look like he plays ghost, too. He's somewhere in this city, and if we have to take it apart brick by brick, we've got to get him.
I may be way off, but I think Paul Lowe could tell us a lot.
Maybe. It's a cinch he's not going to.
Suppose he had no alternative.
You better grab some coffee. Your mind's beginning to play tricks on you.
No, now, wait a minute. When Lowe came to us for police protection, it was because he was scared stiff the butcher would add him to the list of Squeamy Ellis and Joe Marcelli.
Go on.
It figures, too. When he slugged the sergeant, he knew we'd book him right away. Oh, this Lowe's a pretty cute character, but we can play the same game.
You mean we'll threaten to release him?
Well, not exactly. You tell him you realize that he was excited, that throwing the punch was accidental. Tell him we're not going to make a charge, that he's completely released.
Lieutenant, you know we can't do that. Lowell made his first mistake when he hit the sergeant, and that'll get him a year. As far as the department's concerned, at least it's a small victory.
If my hunch is right, Lowe won't want to be on the streets with the butcher looking for him. And he may talk, and talk a lot. Enough maybe for us to get rid of him permanently. Even lead us to the butcher.
If he's frightened enough, that might work. But if it doesn't... No, Dick, I'm not going to release him. I want him out of my way so bad I can taste it, but not bad enough to be responsible for getting him killed.
The good thing about that, Captain, is the fact we know it, but Lowe doesn't.
Let's give it a try.
All right, Lowe. Come on out.
I think you'll find everything in there. You're free to go, Mr. Lowell.
Wait a minute. Who do you think you're kidding? You arrested me for assaulting an officer. Court, I'll plead guilty. With luck, I might get off with 6 months.
For a lawyer, you're forgetting a very important point. If no charge is made, there's no trial. It was a tough day for everyone. We figured your nerves were on edge, and when you threw the punch, you didn't know what you were doing. I've squared everything with the sergeant. It's all over, all forgotten.
Yeah? Why'd you bring a stenographer?
Simply because I wanted a record of our conversation at the time of your release. Okay, Lowell, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute. Once out on those streets and I'm a dead man. You let me go, you'll be responsible for murder.
Oh, come off it, Lowe. You're imagining things.
You know the butcher threatened to kill me. You set me free, he'll do it.
Well, that's just a risk we'll have to take. But the way I look at it, Mr. Lowell, you'll be okay.
Look, Captain, I'll make a deal with you. You keep me here, and I'll tell you how to recover the money. Maybe even catch the butcher.
No deals, Lowell. You'd probably tell us anything just to stall for time. Come on, let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. All right. I'll tell you the truth. Start taking this down. I, Paul Lowe, hired Squeamy Ellis and Joe Marcelli to pull off the armored car holdup.
And then Lowe continued with his confession. He told us about finding the map. He showed us the exact location of where the butcher had hidden the stolen payroll. And he gave us a most important answer. The explanation as to how the butcher was able to elude detection. His means of escape was the sewer system that hit our city. The department went to work fast. Every police squad in the city was detailed to cover a specific area. Every entrance and exit to the Los Angeles city sewer system of 700 miles was covered. Captain Lauder and I, along with several other squads, headed for the entrance where, according to the map, Butcher had hidden the money. Our job was to stop him, and that made me think of one specific question. When we found him, could this monster be stopped? I, for one, wasn't sure.
Everything all set, Lieutenant?
City engineers mapped out each possible exit. A squad of officers are spotted at every point. If the Butcher can be caught, now's the time.
Well, after I talked to Caltech, I called on the fire department for a little help. The professors thought a flamethrower might stop him.
Flamethrower?
I suppose their boys have had a chance to join our squads by now. See, we have one with us here.
Have you thought about what'll happen if this doesn't work?
No. I've been praying too hard that it will work.
This is where we split up. I'll go straight ahead. This map's right. We're off our course. We'll have to backtrack.
Hold it, Butcher. I didn't have it.
tremendous shock of electricity that brought the butcher back to life, destroyed him. The $600,000 stolen in the armored truck robbery has been recovered. Case closed. Well, here are the scientist comments for your records. I had to fill in a few spots with my own guesses, but I guess that's about the size of it.
You get any sleep?
Oh, some, not much.
How's the girl today?
Well, I called the hospital about an hour ago. She'd gone.
Gone? Where?
She told them she was a working girl and that she'd been away from the job too long already.
Quite a girl.
Yeah. Say, how about that time off I've got coming?
48 hours, beginning right now.
This president.
You know something, Dick? The past 72 hours seem like a bad dream. That rest in the hospital today really gave me a new lease on life. Now that it's over, I can't believe it actually happened.
The important thing is to remember it is all over.
I suppose you'll be assigned to another case. Now I'll have to give up hamburgers in the front seat of the car for steaks in a restaurant.
No. I've thought about that. In fact, I decided to do something about it. I started by talking the captain into a short holiday. And just about an hour ago, I got you fired.
What? What did you do that for?
I figured that being my wife would take up all of your time.
Even if I wanted to say no, I couldn't. You're not supposed to say no to me.
I figured that, too.
Thank you. That was so much fun. We'll be back again.